not my plan. I say lob it to Ryan Perez in the paint off a couple of screens.
Esquivel to Garcia. Off the deflection. Los Fresnos comes back and wins. Now Santa Maria will put up a three. Bang! Santa Maria.
There's Warner. Here comes a headed jam. Counted for two. Field. Adios! And the Falcons win on a walk-off. And it's saved.
What a game. Smack to the left. That is gone.
Lob for Perez. That's my play. Off the backboard. Counting and a win. And a win. Ryan Perez wins the game for the Santa Rosa Warriors, and they go nuts. And why not?
Mic check 1, 2, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this afternoon's matchup between the Rattlers of San Marcos and the Bobcats of Edinburg High School. This is Nacho coming to you live from Corpus Christi, Texas, and we are here at the Buccaneer Stadium as we get set for this afternoon's matchup. With a little bit under 13 minutes remaining, we have the third-ranked team from 31-6A, the Bobcats from Edinburg High School, going up against the runner-ups from 29-6A, the Rattlers of San Marcos. We want to thank everybody for tuning in to this afternoon's matchup, whether it's through our RSL app, through YouTube. And we want to just talk to you guys a little bit about this matchup and what we can expect before we get this game kicked off and underway. So let's take a look at the current playoff standings. Edinburg coming off a victory over Brownsville Veterans 24-13 in their bi-district matchup. Meanwhile, the Rattlers of San Marcos defeating Eagle Pass 42-10 pretty convincingly, as both these teams are now under 12 before kickoff. Edinburg currently 7-4 with the win last week and 3-2 throughout their district play. And San Marcos 7-4 as well and 4-2 in district play. As we take a second and look through the standings from both of the schools' districts, we'll look over at the San Marcos side, which would be 29-6A. The top-ranked team there, Cibolo Steel, coming off a victory yesterday, defeating Westlaco 45-14. And their next matchup, Steels, will be on Friday, November 28th, the day after Thanksgiving, against San Antonio Johnson. And that game is scheduled to be at Gustafson Stadium in San Antonio. That game is set to kick off at 2 p.m. And then, like I mentioned, the runner-ups of this district, San Marcos, here this afternoon, getting ready to take on Edinburg. The third-seeded team in this district was Judson. They did have their loss during their bi-district matchup against Loreto United. They ended up with a defeat, 42-0, and Loreto United is going on against Los Fresnos later tonight here at Buccaneer Stadium, and we will have coverage for that game as well. So that's definitely a matchup you do not want to miss. And then the fourth-ranked team, Canyon, had their bi-district loss against Medina Valley, who competed yesterday against Harlingen and came away with the victory 49-7. And Medina Valley's next matchup is also scheduled for Friday, November 28 against Dripping Springs. And that game is scheduled to be at Dub Ferris Stadium at 2 p.m. as well, also in San Antonio. So anybody who is off during this Thanksgiving holiday is definitely going to want to make those trips to San Antonio and catch these great matchups. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at the 31-6A grouping, with Westlaco being the top team in that district with the district championship with the bi-district win. And then yesterday, with an unfortunate loss against Cibolo Steel, as I mentioned, lost 45-14. Second-ranked team, Edinburg Condominis, had their last district game loss against Westlaco, had a perfect season run there, and then had the defeat against Los Fresnos on last week's matchup. I was able to cover that one. Los Fresnos did come away with a victory, 35-10, and then again mentioned going up against Loretto United tonight. And then, of course, we have your Bobcats from Edinburg at number 3 in that standing, and then La Jolla losing their bi-district matchup against Harlingen 58-20. And the winning team of this morning will go up to meet up with Austin Vandegrift, who are coming off with a 37-7 victory over San Antonio Brandies. Some of the other lineups we have in this 6A Division II as we get into the regional semis, we have a good chunk of some Thanksgiving Thursday games, as I like to mention, and the first one we have lined up is Byron Nelson after defeating Eastwood 62-19. Will be going up against Denton Geyer as they're coming off the defeat over Dallas Jesuit, and that game is scheduled at 7 p.m. on Thanksgiving. And if I'm not mistaken, Byron Nelson will be the host of that matchup. Another game we have lined up is South Lake Carroll, with many people out there saying this is the team of Texas. And they convincingly made that statement over their defeat against San Angelo Central 72-7. They will be going out against Prosper after they come off their victory over Berkner 50-24. That matchup is scheduled at 7 p.m. at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington. So the winner of those two matchups will meet for the region finals. Another Thanksgiving Thursday game we have lined up is Forney coming off the victory over Harker Heights 48-44, going up against Willis from their victory over Tomball 34-27. That game is scheduled at 7. Location is to be determined from the last updates I was able to get this morning, as both teams make their way onto the field from Edinburg, from the tunnel, or from the locker room. Meanwhile, the visiting team, San Marcos, walking through the stands and getting their fans fired up as they make their way onto the field on the opposite end, being able to get some last-minute energy from the fans before they make their way onto the field. And then we have a Friday matchup next Friday, the 28th, in this regional semis in this 6A Division II UIL State Tournament playoff. We have DeSoto coming off the victory over Longview 60-28. Will be going up against College Park as they defeated Cypress Lakes 44-11. And that Friday matchup is scheduled at 3 p.m. at Gupton Stadium in Leander, Texas. And then we look over the bottom half of this playoff bracket. Katy coming off a victory over Houston Memorial 48-7 will be going up against Summer Creek, who defeated Manville 72-35. That matchup is scheduled at 2 p.m. at Legacy Stadium in Katy. And then, like I mentioned previously, towards the bottom of that bracket, Dripping Springs now going up against Medina Valley at Dub Ferry Stadium in San Antonio, 2 p.m. And the last two remaining spots going into the region semis, of course, this one that we're going to be covering in the next 6 minutes. San Marcos and Edinburg, the winner of that matchup again, going up against Vandegrift. Information for that matchup will follow up after this game. And then the last one we have Stratford and Jordan, the winner of that game, also going on at 1 p.m. today. The winner of that matchup will go up against Houston King, and information for that will follow after. So both teams now on the field as San Marcos are in the tunnel, making their way onto the field. And here are the Rattlers of San Marcos. And the Rattlers looking to continue and make their statement run here as they get set to kick off against Edinburg. So we're going to go to commercial break. When we return, we'll have the rest of our pregame ceremony or activities on the field, and then we'll have our kickoff. Stick with us here on the RSO Network. We'll be back.
If you've been in a car crash, call Kenny. We're available to take your call 24/7, and we don't charge a fee unless we win your case. When you're in a car crash, call Kenny. Call 999-1111 now for a free consultation.
And we are back on the RSO Network here at Corpus Christi, Texas at Buccaneer Stadium as both teams line up and get ready for the national anthem.
Of the proper etiquette during flag ceremonies. The United States flag, the symbol of our great country. Accordingly, all of us should honor that symbol by standing as the flag is paraded in front of us. Place our right hand over our hearts, and gentlemen should remove their hats. Remember, silence is a form of respect. Everyone should remain standing until the colors are retired. At this time, we call your attention to 50-yard line. Parading the colors this evening, the NJROTC unit from Miller High School. Color Guard, Commander, Flag Bearer for the American flag, Cadet Lieutenant, Junior Grade Keegan Buck. Cadet Ensign Evan Connell, Right Flag Guard. Flag Bearer for the Texas flag, Cadet Ensign Leah Ramirez. Cadet Chief Petty Officer Kyle Lawson is left flag guard. Instructors for the Navy Junior ROTC unit, Master Sergeant Terrence Jordan and Chief Jose Luis Hernandez. Would everyone, within hearing distance of the music, please rise and remain standing in respect for our country and our nation's flag. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
And some minor technical difficulties on the national anthem. However, both fans from both teams singing full of pride before this great matchup that's set to kick off now under a minute. We're going to go another commercial break, and when we return, we'll get this game underway. Stick with us here on the RSO Network. San Marcos, Edinburg, coming up next.
This summer, it's time for mimosas and brunch with the girls. A beachside lunch with the kiddos. Delicious bayside burgers. And world-famous fried shrimp with a cold one. South Padre Island has your breakfast, lunch, and dinner plans covered. Book your summer getaway today. Visit sopadre.com.
And we are back on the RSO Network here live at Buccaneer Stadium here in Corpus Christi, Texas, as the Rattlers of San Marcos take on the Bobcats of Edinburg as both teams meet up in preparation for today's matchup. Edinburg heading into the tunnel as they make their way onto the field. before kickoff. Here are some players to look out for today's matchup over at San Marcos. Quarterback Franz Stain, number 10, is senior. Running back Justin Tardy, number 5, senior as well, with a receiver Jordan Lampkin, number 1, who's a junior. And some defensive powerhouses, Darius Davis, number 4, and Trey Walker, number 7, will be the players to look out for from the Rattlers. Meanwhile, Edinburgh side looking at quarterback Aiden Sanchez, number 15, who's a junior. And here come the Bobcats of Edinburgh. Other players to look out for from that Edinburgh team, running back number 8, Woodrow Villarreal, who's a senior, and receiver number 6, Jude Vega. Over on the defensive side, some powerhouses. Number 1, Moises Hernandez, and number 99, Diego Gonzalez, both senior players who are looking to stop this Rattler offense. Here are some other game stats. As the officials made a mic check before the kickoff. Some of the stats for the game: San Marcos averages about 28 points per game. Meanwhile, Edinburgh averages about 20. The San Marcos offense average about 339 yards per game. Meanwhile, Edinburgh only about 250. However, Edinburgh averages more tackles than San Marcos. They average about 73 per game, and San Marcos with 61. Not sure if it's because San Marcos defense doesn't go on the field as much, but we'll find this out pretty quick, as Edinburgh will be receiving the ball to kick off this matchup. And San Marcos in the white, Edinburgh in the blue. And here we go. Edinburgh gonna let it roll out to the end zone for a touchback. So the Edinburgh Bobcat offense, led by number 15, Aiden Sanchez, makes his way onto the field to kick this matchup off. The Edinburgh Bobcats are led by head coach Joe Pena as he huddles his offense and gets them lined up. 1st and 10, Edinburgh, ball placed at the 25-yard line. Edinburgh in shotgun formation, 2 receivers on the right with 2 backs, motions 1 to the left. Ball snap looking in that left direction, caught by number 6. And he'll gain about 5 yards on that play, none other than Jude Vega. That'll bring us 2nd and 5 for Edinburgh. Edinburgh getting some signal calling from the sideline from their coaches as they quickly line up under center now. Again, shotgun formation, 2 receivers on the right. Ball snap, handed off to the running back as he moves his legs and gets met up by a group of Rattlers. Gets maybe about 2 yards on that play, and that'll be 3rd and 1 now for the Bobcats. So the Rattler defense seeing both things early on with 1 pass and 1 run play. Let's see what they drop here on this 3rd down. Will they bring pressure? They have 3 in the line. Motion man to the right. Ball snapped. Handed off to the running back. Finds an opening, and it will be enough for the 1st down for the Bobcats. Gain of about 6, and that'll move the chains. 1st and 10, Edinburgh. Ball now placed at the 40-yard line. So Edinburgh avoiding the 3 and out early in this game. My perspective from the Bobcats is to use up as much clock as they can to limit Stain and the San Marcos offense on the field. Shotgun formation, now receivers on the left. Ball snap, handed off to the running back again. That's gonna be number 9, Tyler Galvan with the carry, and he'll get a short gain of maybe about 3 yards on that play. 2nd and 7 now for the Bobcats. And the fans really getting into this game early on. And they'll go back to the first drive formation here with 2 receivers on the right. San Marcos showing some pressure as Edinburgh continues the run game, gets maybe a yard due to forward progress, and that'll bring up 3rd and 6 now for the Bobcats. Let's see what Coach Pena and the Edinburg offense decide to do, as the Rattlers are anticipating maybe another run here as they brought more men onto that pressure that last play. Ball at the 44, need to get to the midfield for first down. They have 4 lined up. Ball snap, looking for a pass, decides to keep it. Aiden looking for a run to the right side, goes to the 50, 45, and he'll just take a slide there and guide his Bobcats for another first down. Great pickup there by Aiden. Not sure if that was the play that was set up for him to be a keeper or a potential fake look pass there, as he decided to keep it, is able to keep the drive alive for Edinburg. 1st and 10, ball at the 46 of Rattler territory. Quick toss to the left by number 2, who's going to run it to the outside and gets quickly dropped. Tackle made by number 15, Colson Giese. And that'll bring up 2nd and about 8 now for the Bobcats. Edinburg just, again, utilizing as much clock as they can early in this game as they continue to find these open spaces. 2nd and 8 now. Let's see what Coach Pena has. Ball snap, looking to the right side now. Another short pass caught by number 6, Jude Vega, and that'll give the Bobcats a 3rd and manageable 2, maybe 3 on this play. They're going to spot it at the 38, so it will be 3rd and 2 for Edinburg, as we are now under 8 minutes remaining in this first quarter. Let's see if they like to run another run here down the middle, or if they're going to let Aiden maybe let this play rip off with a pass. Reads the defense, going to let him run down the middle. Run was made by number 9, Tyler Galvan, and that will be enough for another Bobcat first down. So the Bobcats in Edinburg so far converting 3 of 3 on 3rd downs and not allowing themselves to get any miscues to force a punt. 1st and 10, ball now at the 32. Shotgun formation, 3 receivers on the left. It could be a screen pass in that direction, but let's see what they do here. Ball snapped. Looking down the middle. Aiden doesn't like what he sees. He's just going to run it to the right side. No, he's going to find an open receiver at the end. And a great pass there to Jude Vega. Great awareness there by Gonzalez, not electing to run, letting that play develop. Finds Vega last minute before he decided to run it. Throws it to the sideline, steps out of bounds, and now we have a 2nd and about 2. Ball's at the 24. As the Edinburg sideline trying to still get their call. Now they're about 10 seconds left in the play clock. Let's see if they get this ball snapped in time. Would hated to call a timeout. They have good momentum early on here. Ball snapped, handed off to the running back, runs it down the middle again. Great running by Tyler Galvan. Gets another first down for the Bobcats. They are now in Rattler territory, red zone, I should say, as the Rattlers now 1st and 10 at the 16. Shotgun formation again. 2 receivers on the left, 1 back. Next to Gonzalez. It's going to be a handoff again down the middle as he moves his legs forward for a gain of maybe about 4 yards on that play. 2nd and 6 now for the Bobcats. I think San Marcos early on are trying to get a good read or a good feel of what this Bobcat offense could be doing. They have ran the ball pretty well down the middle. Maybe they try to adjust a little bit on their next defensive possession and try to maybe plug in those gaps later on this game. Let's see what they do here. Motion man to the left. Ball snap. Aiden looking for a pass short. Does get it and quickly gets tackled. Gets maybe about 3 more yards on that play. Catch was made by number 18, Nathan Pena. And it'll be 3rd and a manageable 3 for Edinburg Bobcats. So this is the 4th 3rd down that Edinburg is facing. They have been perfect so far Hoping I don't jinx this third down play here. Let's see what they draw up. 15 seconds left on the play clock. With under 5.5 now. Again, eating up as much clock as they can. Keeping everything in bounds to let the clock roll. 3 receivers on the left. Ball snap. It's going to be a handoff, but the Rattlers quickly pick that one up. Tackle was initially made by number 4, Darius Davis, with the stop. The Bobcats do lose about 2 yards on that play, and they will send their field goal unit. Attempting the kick for the Bobcats, number 35, Christopher Barrera. And this will be a 28-yard field goal. With 10 seconds in the play clock, 4.5 or 4:30. Ball snap, hold looks good, kick is up, and it is good. The Bobcats up early, 3-0 here in this first quarter. But we're going to see this Rattler offense after this commercial break. We'll be back on the RSO Network.
There's no place like Sherryland ISD returning students need to district work here, learn here, or tuition-based enrollment. Register now. Call 956-584-6408. Sherryland ISD, excellence is our tradition.
No matter where you are in life, Texas Southmost College is here to help you move forward. Whether you're starting fresh, changing careers, or gaining new skills, TSC has affordable programs designed to fit your goals. It's time to take the next step. Think big. Think bright. Think TSC.
And we are back on the RSO Network. If you're just joining us, Edinburg able to convert on their first 3 third downs. Don't get the 4th third down play the way they wanted to. They settle for a field goal, and they're up early, 3-0. Kick is off into the far right side. Let's see if this rolls into the end zone, and it does. And that'll be a touchback. And the Rattlers now on offense will get things going at the 25. The San Marcos Rattlers are led by number 10, Fran Stain. And let's see what the Rattlers do here on offense. First and 10, San Marcos, ball at the 25. A fake handoff, going to find a receiver to the right side. It's going to run it to the 30, 35, stays in bounds, and just gets pushed out of bounds near the 40. Catch was made by number 5, Justin Tardy. And that's going to be a player we're going to keep an eye on throughout this matchup, as he had some multiple touchdowns last week in their victory over Eagle Pass. Fresh set of downs for San Marcos. First and 10, ball at the 39. Need to get near the midfield or more to extend for another first down. Ball handed off to Tardy. It's going to find an opening, but gets met up by a group of Bobcats. Will only get 1 yard on that play. And that'll bring up 2nd and 9, only 1 yard on that carry. As the Rattlers breaking out of their huddle, let's see what formation they create. Shotgun formation, 2 receivers on the right, 1 on the left. We're going to keep an eye on the right side as they're spread out up into the end. Ball's going to be snapped. Fake handoff is going to go deep to the right side, and it is caught to the 20, 15, 10, and gets stopped at the 5. Great reception there by number 1, Jordan Lampkin, on what looks to be about a 55-yard pass. Let's take a look at that replay. As Stain just giving it a little bit of time to let that play develop. Does the play action, finds Lampkin on the right-hand side, just beats that defender. Now 1st and goal. A quick toss to the left side, makes the defender miss. However, they are able to catch up to him as Elliot Gray almost able to get that stop there. It'll be 2nd and goal now at about the 4. 2:40 and ticking. Second and goal now. Ball placed at the 5-yard line. Have a lot of people on the line in shotgun formation. They're going to hand it to Tardy, and he'll get maybe a yard on that carry. And that'll bring up 3rd and goal. So 3rd and goal at the 4 for the Rattlers. Let's see if they're able to convert here or if the Bobcat defense can make a stop. Ball snapped. It's going to keep it in and tackled at the 1. Wow, what a hit. Staying with the keeper, but gets met by the Bobcat linebacker. Will be stopped at the 1. Will they go for it? So far, their offense is still on the field, and they will be going for it here at the 1-yard line. So it'll be 4th and goal at the 1. Let's see what the Rattlers draw up on this play. As the fans now starting to make some noise here. And they're lining up right under center. Stain is just going to keep it himself. Does he have enough power? And he doesn't. He will be stopped by the Bobcat defense. Great defensive pressure by Edinburg to stop Fran Stain into getting in the end zone. Let's look at that replay. As Stain gets his group lined up under center, hoping he can push himself through. Edinburg able to pick it up. He tries to go to the outside as he kind of recognized it, but does get stopped for a no gain. Edinburg, however, might have thrown off one of the Rattler defenders at the line of scrimmage with a hard count. Let's see what the call is on the field.
Offside. Defense, number 90, with contact. 5-yard penalty remains. 1st down.
So it will be an offsides penalty against the Rattlers. That'll give Edinburg a little bit more breathing room as they now start 1st and 5 at the 6. Edinburg again with a hard count as they look to the sideline, see if any of the coaches catch anything. First and 5, Edinburg. Ball snap, looking to the right side, gets a catch, makes a defender miss to the 15, and gets tackled out of bounds. Great route there by number 2, Ethan Calderon. Gain of about 10 will be enough for a 1st down. Edinburg, quick tempo now. Ball snapped, a little bit low. Hands it off to the running back, down the middle, number 9 again. Tyler Galvan gets maybe 2 yards on that play. That'll bring up 2nd down and about 7. Edinburg again moving with a little bit of urgency now. Maybe they feel like they have this game now. Some movement again by the Rattler defender. That was number 90. With the early movement, could be another offside.
Defense, number 90. 5-yard penalty remains. 2nd down.
So it'll be 2nd down now and about 2 for Edinburg. Rattlers really wanting to get out of that ball to stop this Bobcat offense. Clock will tick. Another hard count. And Edinburg does have about 12 seconds remaining in the play clock. We'll have to run one more play if they want to end this 1st quarter. Ball snapped. Hand it off to the running back down the middle again. Gets picked up by the Rattlers. However, it is enough for a Bobcat first down. So after one, Edinburg with a 3-0 early lead over San Marcos. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. And Edinburg with a fresh set of downs. We'll start at the 27. We'll be back on the RSO Network.
Sunny Glen Children's Home has provided a place of hope for every child since 1936. If you'd like more information on Sunny Glen and the services we offer, please visit us at www.sunnyglen.org.
Kenny Perez came from a small town in Texas. At Kenny Perez Law, we won't stop fighting until our clients get what's rightfully theirs. We're right by your side, no matter what. Call Kenny Perez Injury Lawyers today, 956-999.
And we are back on the RSO Network, second quarter underway. Edinburg with a 3-0 lead early on in this game over San Marcos, as they now have first and 10 at the 27. Ball is going to be snapped. Gonzalez looking for a pass. And it's a fumble as the Rattlers will just fall under it with the fumble recovery. The Rattlers with the recovery by number 33, Cameron Bundage. And let's take a look at that replay. As Gonzalez was trying to move himself out of the pocket with the defensive pressure by the Rattlers, and a great punch out from the ball, able to recover that ball. And let's see if they're able to counter off the turnover on downs. First and 10 for San Marcos. Ball snapped, handed off to Tardy down the middle, and gets stopped at the 20, gain of 9, and it will be 2nd and 1 for the Rattlers. San Marcos now might be utilizing Tardy a little bit more on this drive, hoping he'll be able to be an impact like he was last week against Eagle Pass. 2nd and 1, San Marcos. Staying in motion's a man to the right side. Fully loaded on the right-hand side. He's going to have Tardy make a quick stop. Does he have enough power for the first down? Yes! Continues to move his legs and more. First and 10 now for the Rattlers. So first and 10 now for San Marcos. And they will have the ball at the 16. And the officials stopping the play here.
Timeout. Edinburg, their first timeout of the half.
So Edinburg will call a timeout here, as we'll adjust that clock for you folks. 10:55 remaining in the second quarter. Maybe they didn't have the defensive personnel that they liked. We'll keep y'all here as the Rattlers now able to make some movement to try to balance out this game and hopefully end this drive with a touchdown to get themselves up. So on the last drive from San Marcos, staying able to throw a long 55-yard pass to Jordan Lampkin inside the 5-yard line. Then they get into first and goal, not able to get themselves through in that drive. On a 4th and 1, Stain decides to keep it but gets stopped by the Bobcat defense. Meanwhile, now on this drive, 1st and 10. San Marcos dropping back, looking for a pass down the middle. Caught by Lampkin for the touchdown. And what a throw. I thought it was a bit high, but Lampkin able to stretch all the way up there with the reception to get himself through for the score. Let's look at that replay. As Stain gets his group lined up, able to connect with Lampkin down the middle, just gives his receivers enough time as he makes that great leaping catch for the score. Extra point now. Lined up for the Rattlers. Ball snap, hold looks good, kick is up, and it is good. San Marcos now in control of the game, up 7-3 with 10:49 remaining. We're gonna go to commercial break, and when we return, let's see if Gonzalez and the Bobcat offense can shake off the fumble. We'll be back on the RSL Network.
At Tortilleria Ibanez, flavor starts fresh every day. Crispy flautas, homemade tamales, and our signature chicken salad, all made for you. Tortilleria Ibanez, tradition on every plate.
And we are back on the RSL Network here at beautiful Buccaneer Stadium in Corpus Christi, Texas. As Buck Stain able to throw a touchdown to Jordan Lampkin for a 16-yard touchdown pass. As the Rattlers of San Marcos now up 7-3. And the kick is off. Up high. Able to be returned, and it will be. Edinburg at the 5, 10, 15. Tries to cut down the middle, but a big hit by the Rattlers. A great hit will stop the Bobcats at about the 15-yard line. Correction, at the 17, and that's where Edinburg will start their third possession, offensive possession of this game. 1st and 10, Edinburg. As Aiden Sanchez trying to shake off the fumble from the last possession, hoping he can move the Bobcat offense to the end zone. Shotgun formation, 2 receivers on the right, the running back on the right side as well. It's going to hand it off down the middle again. But again, the Rattlers now picking up this running game that the Bobcats had established earlier in the game. Great stop by San Marcos, 2nd and 10, no gain on the play. You begin to think a little bit, if you're an Edinburg side of the game, maybe we should start spraying the field a little bit, maybe get some short passes again like you did on the first drive, or maybe runs on the outside, maybe a toss or a play action or a bootleg in that direction. As Aiden trying to get his crew lined up. 2nd and 10. Motioning man to the right side, is going to hand it off down the middle again. And again stopped by the Rattlers. Initial tackle was made by number 7, Trey Walker, with the stop. And that'll bring up 3rd and 9, maybe a yard gain on that play. They're going to mark him a little bit ahead from the sticks. Let's see what Edinburg does here now, as they're currently 3 of 4 on 3rd downs. The longest 3rd down play they've had. Ball snapped a little low, tossed to the right side, will be incomplete. Great deflection by the Rattler corner. That was number 18, Javian Rhodes, with the stop. So 4th and 9 will force the Bobcats to punt this one away. And the Rattlers, with a 3 and out, will get themselves back on offense. Some great early run stops by the Rattler defense, led by Trey Walker. Get the 3rd down stop on the curl route from the Bobcats. Great stop there by Rhodes. Will force the Bobcats to punt. Low snap, but does get the punt blocked. It's blocked, and that will be a safety. Who else other than number 7, I believe. Let's check the replay to get that confirmation through. As we take a look here at the pressure, and that was number 7 on the block, Trey Walker. That will force Edinburg to receive the blocked punt in the end zone, and will give up 2. So the Rattlers now up 9-3 over Edinburg as they get set to punt this one out. San Marcos now making some moves in their special teams unit, being able to give themselves two and the ball. So Edinburg will have to kick off from the 20. Will more than likely be kept inbounds enough for the Rattlers to return. Kicking off for Edinburg, number 35, Christopher Barrera, who had the 28-yard field goal from the first drive, will now have to kick this one away. And here we go. Returnable at about the 25 to the 30, 35, and met. A great tackle there by the Bobcats by number 13. David De La Garza will stop him at about the 36-yard line. And that is where Buckstein and the Rattler offense get back on the field. First and 10 for San Marcos, ball at the 37. Need to get to the 47 or more. Shotgun formation, three receivers on the right. Everybody else lined up on the ball. And a handoff to number 6, Donovan Garcia. And that'll be maybe about a 2 or 3 yard gain on that play, as the Edinburg fans saw a little bit of extracurricular activity at the back end. No penalty will be called, so 2nd and 7 for the Rattlers. Second and 7. Shotgun formation, two receivers on the right, one on the left. It's going to be a fake handoff. Looking for a deep pass. He's going to find one on the right side and caught by number 14, Aiden Benavides, on a short pass. Gains maybe about 9 or 10 yards, but it will be a fresh set of downs for the Rattlers. First and 10, ball at the midfield now, as they now only need 50 yards covered for another touchdown. Keeping the same formation. Ball snap, looking deep to the left. He's going to air it long to the right side and short. Pass intended to number 1, Jordan Lampkin again. Not able to connect, and it will be an incomplete pass. Edinburg having 2 defenders on Lampkin, not allowing him to make another deep ball reception. 2nd and 10 now for San Marcos. Two receivers on the left. They will send Lampkin to the bench for this play. Now they have 3 on the left side. Could be an RPO here. Let's see what they do. They're going to let him run it. He's going to keep it, make a small spin there, but will be met in a huddle down the middle. I believe the initial ball carrier was number 5, Justin Tardy, and it was. So to bring a 3rd and short now, and ball's placed at the 43, so it will be 3rd and 3 for San Marcos as they quickly break their huddle, lining it up. Shotgun formation, and there's 3 backs. So around the quarterback, and a great pickup by the Bobcats, but makes a miss and gets tackled at the 40. Not sure if they're going to give him the forward progress for the first down. Let's see where they mark him. And it will be enough for the first down. The clock will continue to tick, and it will be 1st and 10 with 7:30 remaining. And they're going to reposition the ball, and I was about to mention that they were a yard away from the marking spot. So it is marked at the 39. They did need to get to the 40 for the first down, so they do get the forward progress for this first down. Ball snap, handed off to the left-hand side. He's going to find an opening and cuts outside again to the 25, to the 20, and a great run there by Donovan Garcia. Gets about 20 yards on that run. And that'll move the chains and the clock as well. 1st and 10 at the 19. Edinburg's defense, I see a few defenders looking a little tired, might be a bit sluggish, as the Rattlers now getting in the red zone. As the Rattlers now might be chewing up some clock here. 1st and 10. Buck Stain waiting for the snap. And the whistle will be blown. Play will be dead.
False start. Offense. Number 2. 5-yard penalty. Remains. 1st down.
And it will be a false start penalty. That will move the Rattlers back 5 yards. So it'll now be 1st and 15 at the 24. Let's see if this changes the play a little bit or if they like to keep it. And have a lot of men on the line here with only 2 backs. It's going to be a keeper, runs it to the opposite direction to the 20 and does get tackled at the 19. So he'll be able to get back at the line of scrimmage initially, and that'll bring up 2nd and 10 now. As we now have 5:42 and ticking for the Rattlers, 2nd and 10. A great keeper there by Stain, just showing the Bobcat defense, hey, we got a lot of people on the right side. We could anticipate going that way. Able to misdirect most of those defenders, but get stopped for a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 10. 2 receivers on the right. Could be looking in that direction. Does. Caught by number 2. By Gray. Makes a defender miss for the score. Touchdown, San Marcos. And the Rattlers making some noise with the extension of the lead. Let's look at that replay. And I was keeping my eye on Lampkin. I thought maybe Stain could be looking in that direction on the outside. Instead, Gray just drops back a couple steps, makes a few defenders miss, and in he goes. As they get set for the extra point here. Ball snap a little high, but the holder able to catch it in time. Kick is up and good. San Marcos, 16-3 now, extending their lead with 5:16 remaining. And we'll go to commercial break. Edinburg trying to cut this deficit going into halftime. We'll be back on the RSL Network.
College's auto body repair program. In just 2 semesters, you'll gain the skills to become an auto body repair specialist. Learn using industry standard iCar Academy to get you job ready fast. If you're ready to drive your career forward, TSC's auto body repair program is the place to start. Classes are filling fast, so visit tsc.edu and apply today.
And we are back on the RSL Network. A short pass to Elliot Gray, able to break some defensive tackles for the touchdown. And that will put up San Marcos now up 16-3. As Edinburg trying to get themselves into a shorter deficit leading up to halftime. Ball is going to roll out. Caught at about the 2. He's going to run it to the 15-20. And will be stopped at that 20-yard line marker. And it'll be 1st and 10 for the Bobcats. Let's see what Aiden Sanchez and the Bobcat offense are able to do here with 5:16 remaining. 1st and 10. As he tries to make a defender miss, maybe offsides, try to read off the defense a little bit. Let's see if they're able to keep the first drive momentum they had. They were able to convert on all their third downs except the last one, which resulted in the field goal. As they're going to let the running back run down the middle again. Number 9, Tyler Galvan gets a good yardage there, maybe about 5-6 yards there. Will bring up second and a manageable 5. Under 5 minutes now, and let's keep in mind there is a 2-minute timeout in this quarter. That will give both teams a small break just before heading into halftime. 2nd and 5 for the Bobcats. Ball's gonna be snapped, looking to that side, and incomplete. A little bit too far ahead, pass intended to number 2, Ethan Calderon, incomplete. That'll bring up 3rd down and 5 now. If the Bobcats will get the play call from the sideline as they begin to line up in the shotgun formation. 3 receivers on the left. Ball's gonna be snapped a little low again as Sanchez rolls out to the right side. Is the catch made? Yes, the official says. And they're gonna mark him at the 32, which will be enough for the 1st down for the Bobcats. And they're gonna keep him in bounds since he did go out of bounds, pushing back. That is gonna make the clock run. So it'll be 1st and 10 for Edinburg now, ball at the 32. Sanchez calling for the ball. Ball snapped, handed off down the middle again. Run by Galvan, gets maybe 2 yards on that run. 2nd and 8. And Galvan walking off a little bit with a small limp, hoping he isn't going to be out for an injury as he tries to shake it off a little bit on the sideline. 2nd and 8 now for the Bobcats. Under 3:30 now. 3 receivers on the left. Could be another run down the middle as the Rattlers are going to just blitz down the middle, and that'll force Sanchez to keep it, and he will be sacked for a 3-yard loss. Great pickup there by the Rattlers of San Marcos, being able to stop that. Take a look at that replay. And the linebackers just lining up in those A gaps, avoiding a run down that middle. That's number 33 from the Rattlers. That's going to be Cameron Bundage with the sack there. And he did recover that fumble from the punch out earlier. So we're going to keep an eye on him in this matchup. 3rd and 10. Sanchez dropping back, looking for a pass in the pocket. He's going to roll out to the left. Connects, no, incomplete. Intended to number 18 from the Bobcats. Nathan Peña not able to hold it down as the Rattlers shake off the intended catch. And that'll bring up 4th down with 2:33 remaining. That will stop the clock, and they'll be forced to punt this one away. Fourth and 10. Ball at the 32, 33-ish, somewhere in between, as Edinburg lining up to punt. Let's see if the Rattlers are able to force another blocked punt, as they only have 3 men lined up. Ball's going to be snapped. Punt does get off this time. A short hang time is just going to roll as he receives it at the 20. Rolls back on that side, 25, gets tackled at the 30. And that is where the Rattlers will take over at the 30-yard line. 2:20 remaining. We'll be back here shortly in the RSO Network.
Elevation, AT4, AT4X, Denali. Case closed. For your GMC, we're professional grade.
1st and 10 for the Rattlers. It's going to be a pass to the right-hand side. Reception was made by number 1, Jordan Lampkin. Gets maybe about 6-7 yards on that play. And that'll bring up 2nd down and about 3 remaining. Clock will tick down, and it looks like they're just going to let this run into the 2-minute timeout. And they will roll this down to the 2 minutes. So 2-minute timeout with San Marcos up 16-3.
The 2-minute timeout.
So we'll go to commercial break. When we return, the Rattlers looking to extend this lead into the half. We'll be back on the RSL Network. And we are back on the RSL Network here at Corpus Christi. San Marcos up 16-3 with 2 minutes remaining before half. 2nd and 3, ball's gonna be snapped. Dropping back for a deep pass. Doesn't find anybody. Penalty flags on the field as he'll be tackled with about a yard short of the 1st down.
Holding. Offense. Number 72. 10-yard penalty. Replay. 2nd down.
So holding call against the Rattlers is going to push him back 10 yards. And it'll now be 2nd and 13 for the Rattlers. Hoping this penalty doesn't give San Marcos any trouble as they try to add more points before the half. 2nd and 13, ball at the 27. Ball's gonna be snapped, dropping back for a pass. Looking to the left side. Can't find anybody who's gonna spike it down. Not sure if that will be intentional grounding as the Edinburg fans are on their feet wanting that penalty.
There is no foul for intentional grounding. Number 6 was in the area. 3rd down.
So they do see the one of the intended receivers in that huddle. It will not be intentional grounding, so incomplete pass, 3rd and long now for the Rattlers. Clock stops at 1:36, and Edinburg with 2 timeouts remaining could use one of them if they're able to stop him at 3rd down, should the play be stopped in the field. 3rd and long, ball snapped. Fake handoff, looking for a pass in the left side. Catch made by Lampkin, and it will be enough for the 1st down. With 14 yards needed, 14 yards he gets, and a little more. So 1st and 10 for the Rattlers as the clock continues to tick. San Marcos now with some tempo. 1:15 and under. 1st and 10. Bobcats with 4 defenders on the line. Comfortably in the pocket and gets stopped and intercepted. No, incomplete. Nearly intercepted on that play from the big man, number 99, Diego Gonzalez. And let's look at that replay. As he comfortably drops back, staying looking for a deep pass, gets met by one of the Bobcat D-line. Nearly intercepted by the big man there, but fails to hold it. So 2nd and 10 for the Rattlers. 59 seconds and ticking. The officials or the fans from Edinburg wanting a penalty from the late hit on that incomplete interception, and that pass incomplete hit the helmet off number 13 of Edinburg, David De La Garza, and that'll bring up 3rd down. So 2 near interceptions by the Bobcats. San Marcos trying to see what they can draw in their playbook to extend this drive to get points on the board before the half. 3rd and 10. Lampkin is on the right-hand side. We'll keep an eye on him. He will be the slot. As the Bobcat defense tries to stop him here. Third down. Has a rusher through. Gets the ball off and caught by Lampkin. That is a catch, and that is a 20-yard gain for the Rattlers. 1st and 10 for San Marcos. 45 seconds remaining. And they line up under center. Or sorry, they line up on the ball. 3 receivers on the left. Lampkin on the far left. Stain dropping back, looking in that direction. Will turn to his right. And it will be incomplete. Pass intended to number 2, Elliott Gray, who had the touchdown earlier. Fails to hold the ball up. 2nd and 10. And the officials will blow the whistle.
Timeout. San Marcos, their first timeout of the half.
And San Marcos will be calling a timeout to see if they can get their group situated before the half. We'll be back with 40 seconds here on the RSO Network.
Kenny Perez came from a small town in Texas. At Kenny Perez Law, we won't stop fighting until our clients get what's rightfully theirs. We're right by your side, no matter what. Call Kenny Perez Injury Lawyers today, 956-999-11.
And we are back on the RSO Network. 40 seconds remaining following the San Marcos timeout. 2nd and 10 at the 40 with 40 seconds. As the Rattlers trying to get themselves more on the board to extend their lead going into halftime. 2nd and 10. We're going to keep an eye on Lampkin, who's in the slot in the left-hand side. Screen pass by number 2. And they're going to rule it a fumble. No, they're going to rule it incomplete. And the fans from Edinburg not liking that call by the officials. Let's see if we're able to pull up the replay, and you guys be the judge who are watching. Let's see, the intended person was Elliott Gray on the screen. Does make the catch. Not sure if he got 2 steps following that catch. But the fans, you make that decision whether he did have possession following the catch or not. Either way, officials mark it incomplete. 3rd and 10 for the Rattlers. 33 seconds. Everybody motion to the right-hand side. Ball snap. Stain's going to drop back. Looking for a pass. Caught by number 14. Does he have enough for the first down? No, they're going to mark him a yard short. 24 seconds.
Timeout. San Marcos, their 2nd timeout of the half.
And they will stop the clock with 24 seconds remaining on a 4th and 1 call here. And let's see if we can pull up that replay again from the last play. Again for you all. The intended target is number 2. And again, we're not the best angle, but pretty good idea for you all to see at home whether or not he did able, or if he was able to get that possession or not. But again, the ruling on the field was an incomplete pass. Edinburg fans wanting that to be a fumble, but does not go in their favor. So 4th and 1, ball's at the 31. 24 seconds remaining. And if San Marcos does not convert here, Edinburg with 2 timeouts, could move the ball a little bit to get themselves at least in field goal range, if not more. 4th and 1, not sure. Edinburg has 3 secondaries covering receivers deep. Could just be a short pass, and it is a short pass. It's going to run it to the 20, and a penalty on the field. Not sure if there was a holding call or a blindside block. Let's see what the officials discuss here. But at the moment, Elliott Gray does give the Rattlers enough for a first down. And the officials trying to get the marking here before they make the call here. And they're getting to the Edinburg side, so not sure if it's against the Rattlers or not. As the fans waiting impatiently on what the call is on the field. Let's hear from the official.
Holding. Offense. Number 9. 10-yard penalty from the end of the run. It's still enough for San Marcos. First down.
So they get pushed back 10 yards from the spot of the foul. And with the 10-yard penalty is still enough for the first down for San Marcos. So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Rattlers at the 29. Ball's quickly snapped. Stain dropping back, gets pressured, and he's going to keep it himself and gets stopped at about the 27, maybe 26. And the Rattlers, with 6 seconds remaining, will call their final timeout.
San Marcos, their 3rd and final timeout of the half.
So with 6 seconds remaining, I don't think they'll risk another play here on offense, as they could potentially be sending their field goal unit to add 3 before the half. Meanwhile, Edinburg able to make some good stops in this drive, hoping they take something out of this defensive possession that they could just copy and paste in the second half to stop this Rattler offense, especially from Stain and Lampkin connection. And they do have their field goal unit out. I'm trying to calculate or try to read a little bit of what the yardage would be on this field goal. And it's looking like it could be a 44-yard field goal attempt for the Rattlers. And they are lining up for the 44-yard field goal. The intended kicker is number 26, Julio Alvarado. As the Bobcat fans making some noise to throw him off. Ball snap, hold looks good, kick is up, does have the distance and the height, and it is good. So it will be 19-3 as the clock does expire, and that'll send us to the half. Rattlers up 19-3. We're gonna go to commercial break, and when we return, we'll talk about the first half action. We'll be back here on the RSL Network.
Rev up your future with Texas Southmost College's Auto Body Repair Program. In just 2 semesters, you'll gain the skills to become an auto body repair specialist. Learn using industry standard iCar Academy to get you job ready fast. If you're ready to drive your career forward, TSC's Auto Body Repair Program is the place to start. Classes are filling fast, so visit tsc.edu and apply today.
Sports fans, I'm Jason Starkey with Gallery Homes.
Here at Gallery, we make building your new home simple and stress-free. From sales to selections, we handle every step so you can enjoy the journey to your new home. This is Gallery, where your dreams become reality.
time to take a new look, and maybe your first look at Buick. If smart, hip, and affordable is for you, Buick's your brand. Fruya Buick, Brownsville, Texas.
Permatemp Personnel Services has been servicing local businesses for the past 29 years.
Leave the hiring to us. Let us become your personal hiring guru.
We have a network of skilled employees to fit your needs.
Your success is our strategy.
Don't hesitate, call us now.
No matter where you are in life, Texas Southmost College is here to help you move forward. Whether you're starting fresh, changing careers, or gaining new skills, TSC has affordable programs designed to fit your goals. It's time to take the next step. Think big. Think bright. Think TSC.
South Padre Island. Enjoy endless activities for all ages. Then dance the night away with live music, savor fresh seafood, and discover unique food trucks and shop our charming boutiques. What are you waiting for? Escape the everyday at South Padre Island.
At Tortilleria Ibañez, flavor starts fresh every day. Crispy flautas, homemade tamales, and our signature chicken salad, all made for you. Tortilleria Ibañez, tradition on every plate.
And we are back on the RSO Network here live at Corpus Christi at Buccaneer Stadium as the San Marcos band complete their halftime. And San Marcos up 19-3 over Edinburg. And we'll have the first half highlights for you in just a few minutes. But some great offensive play makers from the Rattlers side by Buck Stain, number 10, with 2 passing touchdowns. One to Jordan Lampkin, and the second one to Elliot Gray. And the defense just putting up lots of pressure. We have a sack recorded by number 33, Cameron Bundage, who also had a fumble recovery due to the defensive pressure on Aiden Sanchez. And then the punt block by Trey Walker, just adding that pressure on the punt deep in Bobcat territory, recovered by the punter. However, able to receive it in his own end zone, forcing a safety. And the Rattlers of San Marcos get a field goal through to end the half. They'll be up 19-3, and the Bobcats from Edinburg, their 3 came following their first possession on what looked like a pretty solid first drive, able to convert on every third down they had, and then the last one not able to get through as the Rattler defense picked up the run game a little bit, forcing Edinburg to make the field goal, and that was the only lead Edinburg has had in this game. And the Rattlers of San Marcos will be receiving to start the second half, as we are now under 19 minutes remaining here in the half. So I'm hoping that the Rattler defense able to adjust a bit more on defense. They did a really good job of picking up the run game from the Bobcats and just building that pressure, just being able to capitalize on turnovers, being able to take advantage of every miscue they had. They had a few miscues on their own offense. They had a holding call and a few offsides on defense. So if they can clean that up a little bit, I think they'll have a solid second half for San Marcos. And then Edinburg, again, just needing to chew up the clock like they did on their first possession. They're starting to be a little bit predictable, in my opinion, running the ball down the middle a lot. So if they can go back to that short pass game a little bit, maybe drop some plays where they can run it on the outside, maybe a little bit of an RPO kind of style to give Sanchez a chance to either let the ball rip or being able to keep the ball and run it just to get manageable downs for his offense. I think Edinburg can at least get themselves back in contention of this game. But again, San Marcos up 19-3. We'll go to another commercial break as We have the San Marcos band. We'll let it play for a little bit, and then we'll go to commercial break. And when we return, we'll have the first half highlights for you. San Marcos up 19-3. And we are back here on the RSL Network. We do have our first half highlights ready for you all. So sit back, relax, and here are the first half highlights from this afternoon's matchup. And they're lining up right under center. Stain is just going to keep it himself. Does he have enough power? And he doesn't. He will be stopped by the Bobcat defense. Any of the coaches catch anything? First and 5, Edinburg. Ball snap, looking to the right side, gets a catch, makes a defender miss to the 15, and gets tackled out of bounds. First and 10 at the 27. Ball's gonna be snapped, Gonzalez looking for a pass, and it's a fumble, as the Rattlers will just fall under it with the fumble recovery. The Rattlers with the recovery. Goal, not able to get themselves through in that drive on a 4th and 1. Stain decides to keep it but gets stopped by the Bobcat defense. Meanwhile, now on this drive, 1st and 10. San Marcos dropping back, looking for a pass down the middle. Caught by Lampkin for the touchdown. And the kick is off. Up high. Able to be returned, and it will be. Edinburg at the 5, 10, 15. Tries to cut down the middle, but a big hit by the Rattlers. 3rd down stop on the curl route from the Bobcats. Great stop there by Rhodes. Will force the Bobcats to punt. Low snap, but does get the punt blocked. It's blocked, and that will be a safety. So they do get the forward progress for this 1st down. Ball snap, handed off to the left-hand side. He's going to find an opening and cuts outside again to the 25, to the 20, and a great run there by Donovan Garcia. Gets about 20 yards on that run. Able to misdirect most of those defenders, but gets stopped for a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 10. 2 receivers on the right. Could be looking in that direction. Does. Caught by number 2. By Gray. Makes a defender miss for the score. Touchdown, San Marcos. Under 3:30 now. 3 receivers on the left. Could be another run down the middle, as the Rattlers are going to just blitz down the middle, and that'll force Sanchez to keep it, and he will be sacked for a 3-yard loss. On the line. Comfortably in the pocket, and gets stopped, and intercepted. No, incomplete. Nearly intercepted on that play from the big man, number 99, Diego Gonzalez. 2nd and 10, we're going to keep an eye on Lampkin, who's in the slot in the left-hand side. Screen pass by number 2, and they're going to rule it a fumble. No, they're going to rule it incomplete. And the fans from Edinburg not liking that call by the officials. Ball snap, hold looks good, kick is up, does have the distance, And the height, and it is good. So it will be 19-3 as the clock does expire, and that'll send us to the half. In that direction, but let's see what they do here. Ball snapped. Looking down the middle. Aiden doesn't like what he sees. He's just going to run it to the right side. No, he's going to find an open receiver at the end. And a great pass there to Jude Vega. Great awareness there by Gonzalez. A 28-yard field goal. With 10 seconds in the play clock, 4.5 or 4:30. Ball snap. Hold looks good. Kick is up. And it is good. 2 receivers on the right, 1 on the left. We're going to keep an eye on the right side as they're spread out up into the end. Ball's going to be snapped. Fake handoff is going to go deep to the right side, and it is caught to the 20, 15, 10, and gets stopped at the... For the Rattlers, let's see if they're able to convert here or if the Bobcat defense can make a stop. Ball snapped. It's going to keep it in and tackled at the... And those were your first half highlights from this matchup. Again, San Marcos up 19-3 at the half with a little over 10 minutes remaining before we resume play here. We want to take this time to thank everybody for tuning in on the RSL Network app, on YouTube, or any other streaming service we have available to you. We want to thank you for tuning in to this matchup here at Buccaneer Stadium in Corpus Christi. And on the field, we have the Bobcat Band from Edinburgh making their way on the field. And when we return from commercial break, we'll have the second half notes and things that I can kind of expect from both teams and what they can do to capture the victory tonight. And yes, as previously mentioned before the game, the winner of this matchup will be going up against Austin Vandegrift. So we're going to commercial break. When we return, we'll talk about the second half and what we can expect. We'll be back on the RSL Network.
Down in Texas, at Kenny Perez Law, we won't stop fighting until our clients get what's rightfully theirs. We're right by your side, no matter what. Call Kenny Perez Injury Lawyers today, 956-999-1111.
Hello, sports fans. I'm Jason Starkey with Gallery Homes.
Here at Gallery, we make building your new home simple and stress-free. From sales to selections, we handle every step so you can enjoy the journey to your new home. This is Gallery, where your dreams become reality.
Elevation, AT4, AT4X, Denali. Case closed. For your GMC, we're professional grade.
At Marine Military Academy, we educate those who dare to achieve. Those eager to control their future before it controls them. Those who can follow a path so they can eventually make their own. Those ready to join in order to stand out. Welcome to MMA, forging tomorrow's leaders.
Permatemp Personnel Services has been servicing local businesses for the past 29 years.
Leave the hiring to us. Let us become your personal hiring guru.
We have a network of skilled employees to fit your needs.
Your success is our strategy.
Don't hesitate, call us now.
Hello sports fans, I'm Jason Starkey with Gallery Homes.
Here at Gallery, we make building your new home simple and stress-free. From sales to selections, we handle every step so you can enjoy the journey to your new home. This is Gallery, where your dreams become reality.
And we are back here on the RSO Network. The current score, San Marcos up 19-3 over Edinburg Bobcats. And just to give you all a little update, if San Marcos holds the lead here and ends up with the victory, the scheduled matchup would be San Marcos versus Austin Vandegrift. And the expected time and location would be next Friday, the 28th, at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio. And that game would be scheduled to kick off at 7:30. Again, that's if San Marcos wins that matchup tonight, or later today, I should say. And if the results hold as is, the Rattlers will be meeting Austin Vandegrift at the Alamo Dome. Meanwhile, should Edinburg come back with the victory, they'll revisit the information, and that will be posted at a later time as the Bobcats look to come out of the locker room to stop the Rattler offense here to start the second half. Both teams getting some last-minute stretches and warm-ups. Now we're under 5 minutes, right before the half. That was the Edinburg Bobcat Band closing out the halftime show. Under 4 minutes now. We'll be back one more time from commercial break with the second half underway. We'll be back on the RSO Network.
If you've been in a car crash, call Kenny. We're available to take your call 24/7. And we don't charge a fee unless we win your case. When you're in a car crash, call Kenny. Call 999-1111 now for a free consultation.
This summer, it's time for mimosas and brunch with the girls. A beachside lunch with the kiddos. Delicious Bayside burgers, and world-famous fried shrimp with a cold one. South Padre Island has your breakfast, lunch, and dinner plans covered. Book your summer getaway today. Visit SoPadre.com.
There's no place like Sherryland ISD returning students need to district work here, learn here, or tuition-based enrollment. Register now. Call 956-584-6408. Sherryland ISD, excellence is our tradition.
And we are back here in the RSO Network, and we've just been informed of a lightning warning here at Corpus Christi. And for the safety of the players and the fans, we are going to now start the second half with a delay. So we'll be having a 30-minute delay due to the lightning warning that has just been given here at Corpus Christi. So we're going to put this game on pause for a little bit longer, folks. We do apologize. You know, Mother Nature decided to step into this game now and give us this lightning warning now from this matchup. So again, if you're just tuning in, the first half did just finish, and now we're being informed by stadium officials that a lightning warning has been made, and we will now have a 30-minute delay here in this matchup. As you can see from the clock, we were just about a minute away to kick this off, and now we're going to delay this a little bit. Again, the Rattlers of San Marcos up 19-3, and the game started off with the Bobcats with the ball first, able to convert to chew up a lot of clock. I want to say they ate up about 6 minutes to start the game off, and ultimately they were able to drive the field pretty well, really trying to mess with the San Marcos defensive plan here, and ultimately ended up with the Bobcats making a field goal, and then the Rattlers, led by Buck Stain, was able to drive the ball through a really nice 55-yard bomb to Jeremy Lampkin on the right-hand side here near the scoreboard end, and then were able to get deep in Bobcat territory. They had a first and goal at the 5, had 4 downs to get themselves in the end zone, but the Bobcat defense able to stop them with Stain trying to sneak it in on a 4th and goal at the 1, able to stop him. And then the Bobcat offense got themselves back on the field, able to draw off some offside penalties, get themselves some more breathing room, and ultimately, failing to get the ball going. And then that took us essentially to the second quarter. And we're going to show these highlights for you on a little bit again, now that we're on this delay. And the quarterback for the Bobcats, Aiden Sanchez, was rolling out, looking to extend the play. It ultimately ends up fumbling the ball, recovered by the Rattlers by number 33, Cameron Bundage. And then the Rattlers spending no time on offense, scoring a touchdown pass, a 16-yard touchdown pass, I should say, from Buck Stain to Lampkin, number 1, down the middle with an extended catch up in the air. And then that put them up 7-3. And then the Bobcats went back on offense, had a three and out drive on their 3rd possession, had to punt it on 4th down, which of course you're going to see in the highlights again, had the punt blocked by number 4, number 7, Trey Walker, in which the punter of the Bobcats was able to receive the possession, but caught it in his own end zone, which resulted in a safety, which then puts the Rattlers up 9-3. Edinburg had to kick it off to them again. Stain able to keep the drive alive, keep the ball moving, throws a 19-yard screen pass to number 2, Elliot Gray, and then that puts them up 16-3. And then Bobcats back on offense, had a little bit of a momentum run there on their last offensive possession. Had a penalty, I believe, that pushed them back a little bit and ended up having to punt again. They were able to get the second punt through. And then Rattlers, they were looking good for another touchdown before the half, but unfortunately had some penalties on their end. They had a holding call on a great pass to Lampkin, I believe, but not able to get it. Had to move back. Still got a first down, but with the time management and the timeouts that they were exhausting, ultimately needing to use Davian Lucio, their kicker, to add 3 more to what we see now, 19-3. So the lightning delay started maybe about 5 minutes ago. I'm looking at the clock here at 2:20. We're projected to come back to the game maybe between 2:45 and 2:50. So that would be the projected time that will be resuming the second half here. And again, the Rattlers of San Marcos with a 19-3 lead here in this first half. All right, so we're going to pull up the first half highlights again for you all as we continue through our lightning delay here in this afternoon here at Corpus Christi. Again, the Rattlers up 19-3. San Marcos is receiving to start the second half. So if you're just tuning in, we should be expected to resume play.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, lightning has been detected. For your safety, exit the stadium. Wait in your vehicle until all clear has been given.
So the PA announcer, again, just notifying the fans here to just be cautious with this delay here out of the safety of everybody here this afternoon. So here are the highlights from the first half again. We'll go to another commercial break, and then we'll kind of give you guys any updates that we receive on our end as we get this second half underway in just a moment. So again, San Marcos up 19-3 here in the first half. Here are the first half highlights again. In that direction, but let's see what they do here. Ball snapped. Looking down the middle. Aiden doesn't like what he sees. He's just going to run it to the right side. No, he's going to find an open receiver at the end. And a great pass there to Jude Vega. Great awareness there by Gonzalez. A 28-yard field goal. With 10 seconds in the play clock, 4.5 or 4:30. Ball snap. Hole looks good. Kick is up. And it is good. Two receivers on the right, one on the left. We're going to keep an eye on the right side as they're spread out up into the end. The ball's going to be snapped. Fake handoff is going to go deep to the right side, and it is caught to the 20, 15, 10, and gets stopped at the... For the Rattlers, let's see if they're able to convert here or if the Bobcat defense can make a stop. Ball snapped. It's going to keep it in and tackled at the... And they're lining up right under center. Stain is just going to keep it himself. Does he have enough power? And he doesn't. He will be stopped by the Bobcat defense. Any of the coaches catch anything? First and 5, Edinburg. Ball snap, looking to the right side, gets a catch, makes a defender miss to the 15, and gets tackled out of bounds. First and 10 at the 27. Ball's gonna be snapped. Gonzalez looking for a pass, and it's a fumble, as the Rattlers will just fall under it with the fumble recovery. The Rattlers with the recovery. Goal, not able to get themselves through in that drive on a 4th and 1. Stain decides to keep it, but gets stopped by the Bobcat defense. Meanwhile, now on this drive, 1st and 10. San Marcos dropping back, looking for a pass down the middle. Caught by Lampkin for the touchdown. And the kick is off. Up high. Able to be returned, and it will be. Edinburg at the 5, 10, 15. Tries to cut down the middle, but a big hit by the Rattlers. 3rd down stop on the curl route from the Bobcats. Great stop there by Rhodes. Will force the Bobcats to punt. Low snap, but does get the punt blocked. It's blocked, and that will be a safety. So they do get the forward progress for this first down. Ball snap, handed off to the left-hand side. He's going to find an opening and cuts outside again to the 25, to the 20, and a great run there by Donovan Garcia. Gets about 20 yards on that run. Able to misdirect most of those defenders, but gets stopped for a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 10. 2 receivers on the right. Could be looking in that direction. Does. Caught by number 2. By Gray. Makes a defender miss for the score. Touchdown, San Marcos. Under 3:30 now. 3 receivers on the left. Could be another run down the middle as The Rattlers are going to just blitz down the middle, and that'll force Sanchez to keep it, and he will be sacked for a 3-yard loss. On the line. Comfortably in the pocket, and gets stopped, and intercepted. No, incomplete. Nearly intercepted on that play from the big man, number 99, Diego Gonzalez. Second and 10, we're going to keep an eye on Lampkin, who's in the slot in the left-hand side. Screen pass by number 2, and they're going to rule it a fumble. No, they're going to rule it incomplete. And the fans from Edinburg not liking that call by the officials. Ball snapped, hold looks good, kick is up, does have the distance and the height, and it is good. So it will be 19-3 as the clock does expire, and that'll send us. And those were the first half highlights from this afternoon's matchup here. San Marcos up 19-3 over Edinburg. And then we have an update from the last area matchup in the 6A Division II playoff. Jordan up 21-14 over Stratford. The winner of that matchup is expected to go up against Houston King. As we review the current lineup here for the region semis for this playoff group, we have a couple Thanksgiving Thursday matchups. As I mentioned pregame, the first one I have here is Byron Nelson going up against Denton Geyer. That game is projected to start at 7, and the last update I received, and we can check this later on this afternoon, Byron Nelson is expected to be the home team for that matchup. The second matchup, South Lake Carroll going up against Prosper. That game is expected to be on Thanksgiving as well. 7 p.m. is the kickoff time in Arlington, Texas at Choctaw Stadium. And then the other Thursday matchup on Thanksgiving, we have Forney going up against Willis. That game is at 7. I still don't have an updated location on that, but if we do, we'll try to update you for that. And then the last one, some Friday matchups for you all. DeSoto going up against College Park at 3 p.m. at Gupton Stadium. That's going to be over at Leander, Texas. And then we have Katy and Summer Creek also on Friday. That game is kicking off at 2 p.m. at Legacy Stadium in Katy. And then, again, the last update we have, Jordan going up against Stratford. Jordan up 21-14, going up against Houston King. And we'll see if we can get updates from that matchup. And then, of course, the winner of this matchup with San Marcos currently leading over Edinburg will go on against Austin Vandegrift. And as I mentioned earlier, if San Marcos does win this matchup here this afternoon, they would be meeting Vandegrift at the Alamo Dome next Friday. Kickoff is expected to be at 7:30. And then the last matchup we have would be Dripping Springs against Medina Valley. And that game is on Friday at 2 p.m. at Dub Fair Stadium in San Antonio. So those are the remaining matchups in the 6A Division II. And we will also be covering tonight's matchup that will be here at Buccaneer Stadium, which would be the 6A Division I matchup between Laredo United and Los Fresnos. And if Edinburg ends up with a loss here, Los Fresnos would be the last remaining Valley team headed into tonight's matchup. Of course, many Valley fans are rooting for the last remaining teams, as the vast majority of the remaining teams did end up with defeats yesterday. Many talks over the PSJ North game, as some fans were not in favor of the officiating of that matchup. But nonetheless, this afternoon we still have 2 remaining Valley teams, with Edinburg down only by 16. Still a 2-possession game here as we continue our delay here at Buccaneer Stadium. And we've been about maybe 15 minutes in this delay. We are projected to start maybe at around 2:50, 2:55 p.m. window. We haven't gotten any updates from the PA announcer, so if things remain calm from Mother Nature, we should get this game underway fairly soon. So if you're just tuning in, again, we're currently in a lightning delay here as the halftime just completed And when we resume play following the delay, San Marcos is expected to receive. So we're going to commercial break, and when we return, we'll see if we can get you an update on the delay. We'll be back on the RSO Network.
No matter where you are in life, Texas Southmost College is here to help you move forward. Whether you're starting fresh, changing careers, or gaining new skills, TSC has affordable programs designed to fit your goals. It's time to take the next step. Think big. Think bright. Think TSC.
Sunny Glen Children's Home has provided a place of hope for every child since 1936. If you'd like more information on Sunny Glen and the services we offer, please visit us at www.sunnyglen.org.
Kenny Perez came from a small town in Texas. At Kenny Perez Law, we won't stop fighting until our clients get what's rightfully theirs. We're right by your side, no matter what. Call Kenny Perez Injury Lawyers today, 956-999-1111.
At Tortilleria Ibañez, flavor starts fresh every day. Crispy flautas, homemade tamales, and our signature chicken salad, all made for you. Tortilleria Ibañez, tradition on every plate.
Rev up your future with Texas Southmost College's Auto Body Repair Program. In just 2 semesters, you'll gain the skills to become an auto body repair specialist. Learn using industry standard iCar Academy to get you job ready fast. If you're ready to drive your career forward, TSC's Auto Body Repair Program is the place to start. Classes are filling fast, so visit tsc.edu and apply today.
Elevation, AT4, AT4X, Denali. Case closed. For your GMC, we're professional grade.
And we are back here on the RSO Network here in Corpus Christi, Texas at Buccaneer Stadium. 19-3 is your score with San Marcos with the lead as we are still in our lightning delay here. I was kind of overhearing some of the folks here on the booth, and nothing has been updated in regards to extending the delay, so we're still projected to resume play possibly around 2:50, 2:55. And what I would assume once we get back from that delay is, you know, maybe giving both teams some time to warm up a little bit more, as both teams are currently in the locker room, still making some further adjustments as needed. But the Bobcats needing to shorten this lead here from the Rattlers if they're looking to stay in contention of this game. So a lot of great plays by Buck staying over at the San Marcos side. I think the main thing is maybe looking for more open receivers rather than looking for the deep ball pass throughout the game. He's landed some, and don't get me wrong, that those were great plays. But I think it's taken a bit long to kind of develop, which is forcing him to either scramble and keep him, moving with the ball himself, or it'll just kind of disrupt the play and end up having to throw it away and just restarting the next play. So if he can find open receivers and just trust those receivers to make those big plays for him, I think that'll help a lot for the Rattlers. And then I would like to see a little bit more action from Justin Tardy, number 5, their running back. I know he had a really good game last week against Eagle Pass. So I think if they can use a little bit more of the running game, especially with spreading the field on the edges there, I think that'll really give the Rattlers the advantage. As I noticed, some of the Bobcat defenders were a bit tired from one of their long offensive possessions from San Marcos. Meanwhile, the Bobcats from Edinburg, what they're going to need to do is really try to limit the San Marcos offense on the field, and when they have the ball, trying to move the ball forward instead of what I think is some common plays that they were drawing up here in the second quarter with a lot of runs down the middle. So if they can utilize number 9, Tyler Gavon, a bit more on the outside, maybe look for those short passes like they did in the first drive, I think that will give Edinburgh some momentum. Of course, trying to avoid the miscues like penalties, things of that nature. I think Edinburgh still has some contention here in the second half. When I spoke to some of these folks here at Corpus Christi, a lot of people were like, oh, this might just be a huge favor in San Marcos. And I think many of y'all as well who are tuning in are probably thinking, well, this isn't the San Marcos team we're used to. We're used to more aggressive physical ball. And I didn't get to see, if there were any major injuries from either side of the teams or anything of that nature. But hoping that this delay doesn't cause any major issues from either team, and hoping that this game will be just as entertaining as it's been already, I think will be a great second half for you all who are tuning in. And we want to thank you all for tuning in, those of you that are here with us still, whether it's through YouTube, on the RSL app, or any other platform that we have this on. We want to thank you all for being here as we continue to work through this delay here with about 10 more minutes remaining, possibly with maybe an extension of warm-ups before we get the second half kicked off. And San Marcos will be receiving to start the third quarter. And as I mentioned, the winner of this matchup will be meeting Austin Vandegrift for the region semis. So we're going to pull up the highlights for you one more time, and hoping from there we'll go to commercial break and get an updated ETA on the second half kickoff. So here are the highlights from the first half. 2nd and 10. 2 receivers on the right. Could be looking in that direction. Does. Caught by number 2. By Gray. Makes a defender miss for the score. Touchdown, San Marcos. Under 3:30 now. 3 receivers on the left. Could be another run down the middle, as the Rattlers are going to just blitz down the middle, and that'll force Sanchez to keep it, and he will be sacked for a 3-yard loss. On the line. Comfortably in the pocket, and gets stopped and intercepted. No, incomplete. Nearly intercepted on that play from the big man, number 99, Diego Gonzalez. 2nd and 10, we're going to keep an eye on Lampkin, who's in the slot in the left-hand side. Screen pass by number 2, and they're going to rule it a fumble. No, they're going to rule it incomplete. And the fans from Edinburg not liking that call by the officials. Ball snap, hold looks good. Kick is up, does have the distance and the height, and it is good. So it will be 19-3 as the clock does expire, and that'll send us to the half. In that direction, but let's see what they do here. Ball snapped. Looking down the middle. Aiden doesn't like what he sees. He's just going to run it to the right side. No, he's going to find an open receiver at the end. And a great pass there to Jude Vega. Great awareness there by Gonzalez. A 28-yard field goal. With 10 seconds in the play clock, 4.5 or 4:30 ball snap. Hole looks good, kick is up, and it is good. 2 receivers on the right, 1 on the left. We're gonna keep an eye on the right side as they're spread out up into the end. Ball's gonna be snapped. Fake handoff's gonna go deep to the right side, and it is caught to the 20, 15, 10, and gets stopped at the... For the Rattlers, let's see if they're able to convert here or if the Bobcat defense can make a stop. Ball snapped. It's gonna keep it in and tackled at the... And they're lining up right under center. Stain is just gonna keep it himself. Does he have enough power? And he doesn't. He will be stopped by the Bobcat defense. Any of the coaches catch anything? First and 5, Edinburg. Ball snap, looking to the right side, gets a catch, makes a defender miss to the 15, and gets tackled out of bounds. First and 10 at the 27. Ball's gonna be snapped. Gonzalez looking for a pass, and it's a fumble, as the Rattlers will just fall under it with the fumble recovery. The Rattlers with the recovery. Goal, not able to get themselves through in that drive on a 4th and 1. Stain decides to keep it, but gets stopped by the Bobcat defense. Meanwhile, now on this drive, 1st and 10. San Marcos dropping back, looking for a pass down the middle. Caught by Lampkin for the touchdown. And the kick is off. Up high. Able to be returned, and it will be. Edinburg at the 5, 10, 15. Tries to cut down the middle, but a big hit by the Rattlers. 3rd down stop on the curl route from the Bobcats. Great stop there by Rhodes. Will force the Bobcats to punt. Low snap, but does get the punt blocked. It's blocked, and that will be a safety. So they do get the forward progress for this 1st down. Ball snap, handed off to the left-hand side. He's gonna find an opening and cuts outside again to the 25, to the 20, and a great run there by Donovan Garcia. Gets about 20 yards on that run. Able to misdirect most of those defenders, but gets stopped for a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 10. 2 receivers on the right. Could be looking in that direction. Does. Caught by number 2. By Gray. Makes a defender miss for the score. Touchdown, San Marcos. Under 3:30 now. 3 receivers on the left. Could be another run down the middle, as the Rattlers are going to just blitz down the middle, and that'll force Sanchez to keep it, and he will be sacked for a 3-yard loss. On the line. Comfortably in the pocket, and gets stopped and intercepted. No, incomplete. Nearly intercepted on that play from the big man, number 99, Diego Gonzalez. 2nd and 10, we're going to keep an eye on Lampkin, who's in the slot in the left-hand side. Screen pass by number 2, and they're going to rule it a fumble. No, they're going to rule it incomplete. And the fans from Edinburg not liking that call by the officials. Ball snap, hole looks good, kick is up, does have the distance and the height, and it is good. So it will be 19-3 as the clock does expire, and that'll send us to the half. And we are back here on the RSO Network. San Marcos up 19-3 as we get set for the 2nd half, but a lightning delay was given as we were getting near the end of the halftime. And we are about the end of the delay, but we're still trying to see what the time will be posted between the delay ending and allowing both teams to warm up for the third quarter. I'm hearing maybe 20 minutes. I'm hearing maybe 30 minutes. Some of them, I think, just want to do 10 just to get this game underway. But we should be near the end of the delay. So once we get that information from the PA announcer, we'll be sure to keep you guys updated. As fans were advised to report to their vehicles or away from the outside, trying to stay indoors from this delay, as we get the blessing and the fortunate event here of being in the booth here at Buccaneer Stadium. So we want to thank Corpus Christi ISD for allowing us to utilize their facility for this matchup this afternoon. And then, of course, like I mentioned, we will be covering tonight's matchup as well between Los Fresnos and Laredo United. So again, San Marcos will be receiving to start the second half as the Bobcats try to limit the Rattlers on offense to give their team a chance to shorten this deficit or potentially take the lead here in the second half, only needing 2 possessions to make that possible to tie themselves up with successful 2-point attempts, of course. As we continue to hold up on the delay here, my guess would be that the staff here at Corpus would update the time on the clock here on the scoreboard to give us the indication of the expected resumption of play here to start the second half. So those that don't know, us here at RSO Network, we're coming from the Rio Grande Valley. We made a nice 2-hour trip from Harlingen, Texas, up here to Corpus Christi, and we had some spotty showers throughout our trip here up the valley, getting some good rain along the way. When we got here at Buccaneer Stadium, we did see some clouds. We didn't anticipate much from it, but it looks like it kind of calmed down a little bit, as some of y'all might be from the Corpus Christi area, as the lightning delay was given at the half-time mark. Not sure what the broadcast will look later tonight. Let me see if I can pull up that information for you all. We are expected some more rain actually coming up within the next 30 minutes to an hour. And that's expected to go through to at least maybe about 6 o'clock as I'm looking at the forecast here on my phone. I'm not sure if that upcoming forecast will have any implication on the second half. But last I checked, there is some expected rain coming up within the next 30 minutes. So we'll see what that will look like as we get set to finish this delay here. Of course, still waiting to hear from the PA announcer what the estimated time will be. So we'll go to another commercial break. I'll see what information that I can get from the staff here at Corpus or some of the officials as to an expected return time. And once we get that information, we'll come back from commercial break. So again, San Marcos still up 19-3 with the delay. Once we resume, they'll receive the ball, and then we'll get the second half underway. We'll be back on the RSO Network.
Kenny Perez came from a small town in Texas. At Kenny Perez Law, we won't stop fighting until our clients get what's rightfully theirs. We're right by your side, no matter what. Call Kenny Perez Injury Lawyers today, 956-999-1111.
Turn your passion into a powerful career at Texas Southmost College. Our automotive technology program will train you in everything from maintenance to full vehicle systems repair. Earn a certificate or associate degree and get certified to work as a C maintenance or B-level technician. You'll be guided by seasoned instructors who have decades of real-world automotive experience, helping you get ready to roll into the industry. So take the wheel and apply today at tsc.edu.
No matter where you are in life, Texas Southmost College is here to help you move forward. Whether you're starting fresh, changing careers, or gaining new skills, TSC has affordable programs designed to fit your goals. It's time to take the next step. Think big. Think bright. Think TSC.
This summer, settle in and reconnect with one another. South Padre Island has so many great places to stay. Condos, resorts, and hotels. Oh my! Book your summer getaway today. And start making memories poolside with the people you care about most. Visit SoPadre.com.
It means a lot to me. TSC has changed me to make me realize that I can accomplish things. Just don't give up. I've come a long way from where I was to what I am now, and there's no limit to where I'm going.
Permatemp Personnel Services has been servicing local businesses for the past 29 years.
Leave the hiring to us. Let us become your personal hiring guru.
We have a network of skilled employees to fit your needs.
Your success is our strategy.
Don't hesitate, call us now.
If you've been in a car crash, call Kenny. We're available to take your call 24/7, and we don't charge a fee unless we win your case. When you're in a car crash, call Kenny. Call 999-1111 now for a free consultation.
The standard of excellence has always been Cadillac, so be iconic and drive one. Free your Cadillac, Brownsville, Texas.
And we are back here on the RSO Network, still on the delay here with the Rattlers up 19-3 over Edinburg Bobcats. And if y'all were with us earlier when the delay started, the P announcer did make a second announcement of restarting the 30-minute clock due to another lightning being struck nearby the stadium. So they've had to reset that again. And last I was told, we're maybe at about 15 minutes away from the conclusion of this delay. So it's currently 3 o'clock. At around 3:15, if there is no other lightning around the area, my best guess would be that they will let the teams maybe about a 10-minute warm-up. But like I previously mentioned, I mean, as I'm looking at it now, we do see some more gray clouds beginning to hover here at Buccaneer Stadium, as they were projected to have a 50% chance of rain here in this area within the next half hour. So we don't know what that's going to look like, and if this delay would get pushed even further down, should we have the delay be extended any further. Now, I don't know what rules UIL has implemented in regards to long delays like these. We would have to check and see. My guess would be that UIL officials would be in contact with both teams and the staff here at Corpus. And you guys are mentioning, yeah, it is getting a little bit darker here, which begins to get me wondering maybe they should get the stadium lights on a little bit. But nonetheless, you know, again, the priority is the safety of everybody, not just the players, the coaches, the staff, the fans, of course, everybody who took time to make this trip down to Corpus for this matchup. And as I previously mentioned, we should be at about maybe another 10-15 minutes before we get any further updates, as pretty much little to nobody is currently on the bleachers from either side. Just a few impatient fans maybe wanting this game to come back, if the weather permits, of course. Yeah, so when we arrived here at Buccaneer Stadium, just the energy from both teams was already here and set as people were unloading. You know, handshakes, hugs, you know, lots of catching up. Hey, how was the trip? Did you guys make it okay? Everything good? So lots of energy from both sides. We are sitting on the home side, so throughout the first half, you probably got a glimpse of the Edinburg side a bit more. So Edinburg, we're not in favor of a few calls, and from the first half highlights, I don't think we'll play them again for y'all. But if you know, if it does come up post game, which we will have a post game highlights from the entire game. One of the plays was San Marcos throwing a pass. I don't think, now that I went back and look at it again, I don't think the receiver had full possession of the catch, in my opinion. It did look like he took a second step. Don't get me wrong. It did look like a second step was made. I didn't see in the angle that we have for you if it was a full-on possession, then the two steps following the incompletion as it was presented. Many Edinburg fans thought it was a fumble. And, of course, they had the recovery before the whistle was blown dead. But nonetheless, San Marcos ended up that drive with the field goal, which put him up currently at 19-3. So, again, if you're just tuning in, we are at a lightning delay here, and it reset it at around 2:40 when the first one was called out at around 2:20, which should have ended at 2:50. Now we're projected to be done here at about 3:15 if weather permits. But as you see on your screen, it looks like some more gray clouds are headed in our direction, as rain is projected at about 50% chance in the next 20 minutes now. And we could possibly see some rain, maybe some more lightning along with it. We don't know. No further PA announcement was made since the second call out at around 2:40, 2:45. So we still got maybe about another 10 more minutes. And then if the PA announcer has any further updates or information, we'll be sure to let you guys know as well. Now that begins to question a little bit, you know, if it does rain out for these next couple hours, you know, we start to think, well, according to the broadcast, the rain should stop around 6 o'clock. I don't think it'll get to that extent. I'm knocking on wood on that as we continue to delay here, hoping that we don't get to that far before we resume play. I know many fans here are still waiting patiently in their own vehicles or just inside an indoor area that they may have found here in Buccaneer Stadium, as we continue to see what information we can get in regards to the delay. But again, my guess would be if it's a long delay, UIL would just be informed of it. I don't think this would be postponed in any way possible. Again, knocking wood on that. But the more information we get, we'll follow along with you all and provide those updates as needed. So the visiting team tonight, later tonight, would be Laredo United and Los Fresnos. I'm not sure if those teams have already departed from their campuses over here. My guess would be that they would try to get here about 2 hours before kickoff. And like I mentioned, we are from the Rio Grande Valley. We had about a 2-hour drive to get here to Corpus. Los Fresnos, of course, being from the Rio Grande Valley, would more than likely be taking off around this time to get here with a couple hours before kickoff. And then Laredo United, more than likely already heading out here from the Laredo area. And let me see if I can get an idea how long both these schools traveled, just to throw some fun stuff at y'all as we continue to wait. As I thought the P announcer made an announcement, but some people behind me, no problem. So Edinburg traveled about 2 hours and 13 minutes to get to Buccaneer Stadium. That's about 145 miles from here. And San Marcos having to travel 2 hours and 41 minutes. And that was a 183-mile drive. So they had a longer drive. And as you can hear now, the rain is starting to pour in here at Buccaneer Stadium. And the rain begins to pour. And the rain making its way to the touchdown. There it goes. As both teams still in the locker rooms getting set for the second half. There we go. Just thought I'd lower it a little bit more to give y'all less of some noise. So I have not heard any updates from the P announcer other than this rain pouring. I know rain has been played throughout some of these games this season. But of course, again, any lightning of any sort near the stadium would result in delays like these. As we continue to wait to see what updates we can get from officials and staff here at Corpus. So again, San Marcos up 19-3 as you guys now see the blurred vision here from the booth here. We'll go to commercial break. Let's see if we can get any updates for you all, and if the delay extends, we'll pull up another first half highlights for y'all. As we take a second and listen to the rain.
This summer, it's time to go outside and get some air. Explore a pirate ship. Or go horseback riding on the beach. And you can't forget about all the fun on the bay. South Padre Island has so much to do for the whole family. Book your summer getaway today. Visit SoPadre.com.
Kenny Perez came from a small town in Texas. At Kenny Perez Law, we won't stop fighting until our clients get what's rightfully theirs. We're right by your side, no matter what. Call Kenny Perez Injury Lawyers today, 956-999-1111.
Rev up your future with Texas Southmost College's Auto Body Repair Program. In just 2 semesters, you'll gain the skills to become an auto body repair specialist. Learn using industry standard iCar Academy to get you job ready fast. If you're ready to drive your career forward, TSC's Auto Body Repair Program is the place to start. Classes are filling fast, so visit tsc.edu and apply today.
Hello, sports fans. I'm Jason Starkey with Gallery Homes.
Here at Gallery, we make building your new home simple and stress-free. From sales to selections, we handle every step so you can enjoy the journey to your new home. This is Gallery, where your dreams become reality.
Time to take a new look, maybe your first look at Buick. If smart, hip, and affordable is for you, Buick's your brand. For you, Buick, Brownsville, Texas.
Permatemp Personnel Services has been servicing local businesses for the past 29 years.
Leave the hiring to us. Let us become your personal hiring guru.
We have a network of skilled employees to fit your needs. Your success is our strategy.
Don't hesitate, call us now.
No matter where you are in life, Texas Southmost College is here to help you move forward. Whether you're starting fresh, changing careers, or gaining new skills, TSC has affordable programs designed to fit your goals. It's time to take the next step. Think big. Think bright. Think TSC.
And we are back here on the RSL Network here at Corpus Christi at Buccaneer Stadium. Sautomaticos still up 19-3. I know you guys can't see the can't see the scoreboard clearly with the rain now dropping here. And yes, I did check with some of the staff here at Corpus Christi. There was another reset of the lightning delay about 10 minutes ago when the rain started. So that resets now to about 3:35 if there's no lightning detection. So the initial delay started about an hour ago, around 2:15. We were expected to come back maybe around 2:50, 2:55. And then, of course, I had to step out for a little bit. When I came back, I found out there was a reset of that delay, thinking we were going to be done at 3:15 with just the rain. And then during the commercial break, another reset of that delay. So this would be our third reset as we now see some of the training student staff from the San Marcos side. Let's see if we can get a glimpse of that as they run to their to some of their items as their tent was slowly collapsing over on the San Marcos side. Hoping we don't catch any epic fails here. Wow, look at that. Look at the speed of that teardown as they quickly get the medical tent quickly dropped as the group of student athletes of the trainers continue to break down their medical tent, with most of them returning their equipment back into the locker room. As trainer number 7 now makes her way through to the other end of the end zone. And their sponsor making sure all the students have the equipment necessary. As they drag the tent, as they pick it up with half of it still dragging. One of the trainers returns with the help there. Makes it to the 5 and to the end zone of the track. No, we have a slip. And quickly gets up, hoping the injury isn't serious, and they're able to return to assist following the delay. As they go through the gate now, making sure they can get past the fence into the locker room and back into shelter they do. Great job there by the student trainers of San Marcos, executing that teardown successfully with one slip up, and the injury was not serious, so we are okay with that. Meanwhile, I'm pretty surprised that both tents from both schools are holding up really well. We need to see what kind of material they use for their tents to make sure that they're able to stay up there with this rain now pouring even more. As we have our cameraman Bert here making sure that we can see these tents here holding up strong and in full support here. So there's the Rattler tent from San Marcos. You saw the Edinburg one earlier. Both tents still holding strong. And there go the trainers again back onto their end of the bench. Not sure what they're going to receive this time. Let's see what they do. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and as the Gen Z say, 6, 7. And now they're grabbing the waters. The Rattlers from San Marcos need the water. They didn't like the rainwater. Let's see if they like their own purified water. As they grab all the possible bottles they can. And they make their way back. And there they go. The leading trainer at the 10, at the 5, and in the end zone area. And the new update we have from the delay, now we're at about 25 minutes as the last trainer makes their way to the area of the touchdown. There they go. Way to go. Great execution there. Great receiving of the equipment from their end of their sideline as they now go back in the locker room to provide hydration for the Rattlers of San Marcos. So again, the Rattlers still up 19-3. The score has not changed. The time has not changed. It's still at 12. And in the meantime, we're going to pull up the first half highlights for you now, and we'll go to another commercial break. So now another reset of the delay has been made And now 3:45 is our new projected time. I want to thank all of y'all again who are sticking with us through this delay, whether it's on YouTube, on the RSO Network app, or any other platform. And again, the delay has now been extended to 3:45, 3:50, pending no further resets. We'll be back on the RSO Network. But let's see what they do here. Ball snapped. Looking down the middle. Aiden doesn't like what he sees. He's just going to run it to the right side. No, he's going to find an open receiver at the end. And a great pass there to Jude Vega. Great awareness there by Gonzalez. A 28-yard field goal. With 10 seconds in the play clock, 4.5 or 4:30. Ball snap. Hole looks good. Kick is up. And it is good. Two receivers on the right, one on the left. We're going to keep an eye on the right side as they're spread out up into the end. Ball's going to be snapped. Fake handoff is going to go deep to the right side, and it is caught to the 20, 15, 10, and gets stopped at the... For the Rattlers, let's see if they're able to convert here or if the Bobcat defense can make a stop. Ball snapped. It's going to keep it in and tackled at the... And they're lining up right under center. Stain is just going to keep it himself. Does he have enough power? And he doesn't. He will be stopped by the Bobcat defense. Any of the coaches catch anything? First and 5, Edinburg. Ball snap, looking to the right side, gets a catch, makes a defender miss to the 15, and gets tackled out of bounds. First and 10 at the 27. Ball's gonna be snapped. Gonzalez looking for a pass, and it's a fumble, as the Rattlers will just fall under it with the fumble recovery. The Rattlers with the recovery. Goal, not able to get themselves through in that drive on a 4th and 1. Stain decides to keep it, but gets stopped by the Bobcat defense. Meanwhile, now on this drive, 1st and 10. San Marcos dropping back, looking for a pass down the middle. Caught by Lampkin for the touchdown. And the kick is off. Up high. Able to be returned, and it will be. Edinburg at the 5, 10, 15. Tries to cut down the middle, but a big hit by the Rattlers. 3rd down stop on the curl route from the Bobcats. Great stop there by Rhodes. Will force the Bobcats to punt. Low snap, but does get the punt blocked. It's blocked, and that will be a safety. So they do get the forward progress for this 1st down. Ball snap, handed off to the left-hand side. He's going to find an opening and cuts outside again to the 25, to the 20, and a great run there by Donovan Garcia. Gets about 20 yards on that run. Able to misdirect most of those defenders, but gets stopped for a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 10. 2 receivers on the right. Could be looking in that direction. Does. Caught by number 2. By Gray. Makes a defender miss for the score. Touchdown, San Marcos. Under 3:30 now. 3 receivers on the left. Could be another run down the middle, as the Rattlers are going to just blitz down the middle, and that'll force Sanchez to keep it, and he will be sacked for a 3-yard loss. On the line. Comfortably in the pocket, and gets stopped and intercepted. No, incomplete. Nearly intercepted on that play from the big man, number 99, Diego Gonzalez. 2nd and 10, we're going to keep an eye on Lampkin, who's in the slot in the left-hand side. Screen pass by number 2, and they're going to rule it a fumble. No, they're going to rule it incomplete. And the fans from Edinburg not liking that call by the officials. Ball snap, hole looks good, kick is up, does have the distance, And the height, and it is good. So it will be 19-3 as the clock does expire, and that'll send us to the half. And we are back here on the RSL Network, still on the lightning delay, and as we were showing y'all the first half highlights, guess what? Another delay. Our fourth delay now started about around 3:22, and my guess would be 3:52. If y'all want to leave a comment if you're on our live stream as to the next delay, as the lightning now makes another path, and that's probably going to reset it again. So if you project it now, you win, as we have one trainer now on the field, and he makes his way to the 20, 15, 10, 5. Mama, there goes that man. He's in the touchdown. And I think they're going to tear down the tent now. And unless he was going to seek shelter in that tent, I don't know. But both tents, again, still hanging on pretty well from both campuses. So whoever y'all got your tents from, make sure you renew those vendor contracts, because those are hanging on pretty well throughout this rain. I'm looking at another game that's going on right now that ties into what's currently here on the UIL playoffs for 6A Division II. Stratford going up against Jordan, and Jordan has a commanding 49-21 lead. And the winner of this matchup, if results hold, Jordan looking like they would be going up against Houston King. And then the winner of this matchup, of course, currently being San Marcos, will be going up against the defending state champs, Austin Vandegrift. And if Santa Marcos wins, that would be at the Alamo Dome next Friday at 7:30. That game is an indoor stadium, so delays like these should not take effect, would be my guess. Unless it, of course, disrupts any facility issues, of course. As we are still on this delay, we just had a lightning strike when we came back from those highlights. So again, my guess would be 3:55. Give the teams a 10-minute warm-up, 10-15-minute warm-up, resuming play now after 4. As I try to pull up some other matchups that I can find here for you all throughout the state of Texas. We look a little bit over. Let me see here. We have an evening matchup in UIL 6A Division 1. DeWoodland's going up against Klein Collins, and that'll be at Aldine ISD's Thorne Stadium. That game is set to kick off at 6. We have, of course, the game later tonight here at Buccaneer Stadium. Laredo United going up against Los Fresnos. And since we've been covering that game, we should probably discuss a little bit of what we can expect here from this matchup. I had the opportunity to broadcast the Los Fresnos game last week against Edinburg Economides, and I was very impressed with how the Falcons were running their offense, led by their quarterback. Let me see if I can pull up his name again. Robert Pineda, right? Thank you. Robert Pineda. But, of course, what really stood out was their running back, number 4, Tyler Stakoviak. He had 3 rushing touchdowns last week, and really just putting his foot on the pedal, the gas pedal, the entire night, and just finding those open gaps to give those Falcons that convincing win. And, of course, keeping their record perfect as much as they can. But, of course, you hear fans and everybody say every week 0-0, and the goal is to come out on top at the conclusion of the matchup. Of course, the Falcons of Los Fresnos being district champs in District 32 6A. Not only are they the remaining team from that district in playoffs, they are the remaining team in the Rio Grande Valley along with Edinburg, who are in the locker room as we speak. And then Laredo United with a 9-2 record, 5-1 district play, ended up being the runner-ups for that district. Of course, the one loss in that district being against Medina Valley. And United ended up winning last week against Judson in a astonishing 42-0 victory. The defense not even allowing a point in that first playoff matchup. And Laredo United also have a stud at the quarterback position. And what I could anticipate would be an all-out brawl from both these teams later tonight, if the weather permits, of course. And the rain or the clouds begin to clear up just a little bit as we begin to get a little bit more lighting. Not sure if it's from the stadium lights or the sun itself. But again, there was another strike not too long ago. We're expected to resume more than likely past 4 o'clock. So we'll keep y'all updated for that as we continue to provide those updates for you. If y'all have hung on as long as I have, I would hope everybody has a great Thanksgiving break. Myself, I'm beginning a Thanksgiving holiday break, coming off from the classroom into the Thanksgiving week. My wife has her birthday on Monday, so I want to shout out my wife, who will be turning the same age as me. I won't say the age, but the same age as me. So I thank her for her support and allowing me to be here today and give you guys this great matchup this afternoon and, of course, later tonight. And then, of course, Thanksgiving on Thursday. If you guys feel inclined, feel free to let us know what your favorite side is. My personal favorite has to be more than likely the sweet potato casserole. I don't know about you all, but that's my favorite. It's sweet, but it just refines the plate. I cannot have the corn without the mashed potatoes. I cannot have the mashed potatoes without the corn. Turkey, of course, is a given. I'm more of a, how do I say this? I'm just give it to me. Just give me the turkey. I put gravy on pretty much anything and everything on the plate. And I know certain traditions have ham in there. I've had years where ham has been there. There's been years where ham hasn't been there, and that's okay. That's all right. Hopefully this year will be the year we get ham. So the rain does go down a little bit from where it was about 5-10 minutes ago. The stadium lights did come on as I anticipated. And my assumption will be that it will stay on following the completion of the game and possibly moving into tonight's matchup between Los Fresnos and Laredo United. So again, we want to take this time to thank everybody who's been tuning in with us, not just for the delay, but for the entire season, to be honest with you all. It's been great to just receive a lot of support, a lot of shares, a lot of likes, the commentary that you guys post as well. It's been great to receive all the support that you all have been giving us and our broadcasting network here with RSL Network. Want to shout out the entire RSL Network crew who's been working endlessly this season. Football season, volleyball season came to a close. We're now into the basketball season, and then of course after the Thanksgiving break, soccer season coming up. So still lots of great sports coverage from us here on the RSL Network. and we're just fortunate enough to provide these for you all free of charge. And the ability to do that is such a blessing for us to do for you all. So again, we want to just thank you all for that support and allowing us to share these moments with you all, whether you're just a fan, if you're a family member of an athlete, if you're just a lover of the sport like I am, if you're just in full pride of your school or your city. I know we're in the Corpus Christi area, which of course the area code there is 361. But I do want to take this time to shout out the 956, aka the Rio Grande Valley, and Laredo is part of that 956 area. I will not commentate any further on that fact, so I will leave it up to you all to decide if Laredo is a part of the 956 Valley or not. And I'm noticing not a lot of people are in support of the stuffing. I'm pretty neutral on the stuffing. I think you just really got to execute that dish where it's not too mushy like mashed potatoes, but it's not too dry like a turkey if you overcook it, you know. So I'm neutral with the stuffing, and take what you want with that information. So we'll go to commercial break. Last I've checked, we should be at the end of the delay around 350, 355. Score has not changed. The rain has not changed. It's still rain. It's still water. But we'll go to commercial break, and when we return, we'll provide you with any further updates. We'll be back on the RSO Network.
South Padre Island. Enjoy endless activities for all ages. Then dance the night away with live music, savor fresh seafood, and discover unique food trucks and shop our charming boutiques. What are you waiting for? Escape the everyday at South Padre Island.
At Tortilleria Ibañez, flavor starts fresh every day. Crispy flautas, homemade tamales, and our signature chicken salad, all made for you. Tortilleria Ibañez, tradition on every plate.
Kenny Perez came from a small town in Texas. At Kenny Perez Law, we won't stop fighting until our clients get what's rightfully theirs. We're right by your side, no matter what. Call Kenny Perez Injury Lawyers today, 956-999-1111.
Hello, sports fans. I'm Jason Starkey with Gallery Homes.
Here at Gallery, we make building your new home simple and stress-free. From sales to selections, we handle every step so you can enjoy the journey to your new home. This is Gallery, where your dreams become reality.
Station, AT4, AT4X, Denali. Case closed. For your GMC, we're professional grade.
At Marine Military Academy, we educate those who dare to achieve. Those eager to control their future before it controls them. Those who can follow a path so they can eventually make their own. Those ready to join in order to stand out. Welcome to MMA, Forging Tomorrow's Leaders.
Permatemp Personnel Services has been servicing local businesses for the past 29 years.
Leave the hiring to us.
Let us become your personal hiring guru.
We have a network of skilled employees to fit your needs. Your success is our strategy.
Don't hesitate, call us now.
Hello sports fans, I'm Jason Starkey with Gallery Homes.
Here at Gallery, we make building your new home simple and stress-free. From sales to selections, we handle every step so you can enjoy the journey to your new home. This is Gallery, where your dreams become reality.
If you've been in a car crash, call Kenny. We're available to take your call 24/7, and we don't charge a fee unless we win your case. When you're in a car crash, call Kenny. Call 999-1111 now for a free consultation.
This summer, it's time for mimosas and brunch with the girls. A beachside lunch with the kiddos. Delicious Bayside burgers. And world-famous fried shrimp with a cold one. South Padre Island has your breakfast, lunch, and dinner plans covered. Book your summer getaway today. Visit sopadre.com.
There's no place like Sherryland ISD returning students need to district work here, learn here, or tuition-based enrollment. Register now. Call 956-584-6408. Sherryland ISD, excellence is our tradition.
And we are back on the Arsenal Network. Still no updates on the reset of the delay. So if everything stands as is, this delay should conclude around 4 p.m. And then, of course, the players would have to warm up for about 10-15 minutes, depending on what the coaching staffs from both teams will like. And then from there, we'd be set for kickoff, of course, allowing the fans to come back into the stands. Everybody resetting and recharging, and hoping that we can get this second half underway. And those of you that stuck with us throughout the duration of this delay, the Bobcat Tunnel has slightly gone down. I wouldn't say completely. I do see some gaps. But nonetheless, the Rattler tent still holding strong with a small dip from the top. And still with about another 15 minutes left on this delay before we see any updates or news from this matchup. So again, 19-3 is still the score here. San Marcos Rattlers up, and they are still expected to receive to start the second half. As the Bobcats looking to come out of the locker room with these adjustments on defense to shut down Buckstein and San Marcos' offense, to give their quarterback, Aiden Sanchez, an opportunity to close this gap, this deficit, and hoping to keep themselves in contention of this matchup. So we've seen a little rain now here at Buccaneer Stadium. The rain has kind of calmed itself a little bit as we get a clearer picture of the scoreboard, still with the lightning delay warning being displayed on the scoreboard. As we try to take a look at any updates from other UIL state football games going on right now. As we take a look at the 6A Division II bracket, which of course both San Marcos and Edinburg are in currently. And then the new update we have between Stratford and Jordan. Going down to the end of the matchup here, Jordan up 49-21. The last date I've got was maybe from 20 minutes ago. Not sure if this game is already done. But that would be the other UIL 6A Division II matchup. And of course, the last matchup in this bracket is this one currently on delay, with San Marcos up 19-3. And if you were to ask me who I project would be at the finals, my guess would more than likely be between South Lake Carroll and Vandergrift. I think those teams would really set off a really good matchup down the stretch. But I would keep my eye on some of these other teams like Dripping Springs and DeSoto. Some of these powerhouse programs that could really change the direction of how this playoff will play out. So still with the delay here, and our expected kickoff with about 5 to 10 minutes away. Those of you just joining us, we'll pull up the first half highlights again for you all to kind of refresh your memory a little bit. For those of you that have been sticking with us, to get a glimpse of what this first half has transpired. And then hopefully we get you those new updates for the second half. So here are the highlights from the first half for a memory refresher, and for those of you just tuning in. Direction, but let's see what they do here. Ball snapped. Looking down the middle. Aiden doesn't like what he sees. He's just going to run it to the right side. No, he's going to find an open receiver at the end. And a great pass there to Jude Vega. Great awareness there by Gonzalez. A 28-yard field goal. With 10 seconds in the play clock, 4.5 or 4:30 ball snap. Hole looks good, kick is up, and it is good. 2 receivers on the right, 1 on the left. We're gonna keep an eye on the right side as they're spread out up into the end. Ball's gonna be snapped. Fake handoff's gonna go deep to the right side, and it is caught to the 20, 15, 10, and gets stopped at the... For the Rattlers, let's see if they're able to convert here or if the Bobcat defense can make a stop. Ball snapped. It's gonna keep it in and tackled at the... And they're lining up right under center. Stain is just gonna keep it himself. Does he have enough power? And he doesn't. He will be stopped by the Bobcat defense. Any of the coaches catch anything? First and 5, Edinburg. Ball snap, looking to the right side, gets a catch, makes a defender miss to the 15, and gets tackled out of bounds. First and 10 at the 27. Ball's gonna be snapped. Gonzalez looking for a pass, and it's a fumble, as the Rattlers will just fall under it with the fumble recovery. The Rattlers with the recovery. Goal, not able to get themselves through in that drive on a 4th and 1. Stain decides to keep it, but gets stopped by the Bobcat defense. Meanwhile, now on this drive, 1st and 10. San Marcos dropping back, looking for a pass down the middle. Caught by Lampkin for the touchdown. And the kick is off. Up high. Able to be returned, and it will be. Edinburg at the 5, 10, 15. Tries to cut down the middle, but big hit by the Rattlers. 3rd down stop on the curl route from the Bobcats. Great stop there by Rhodes. Will force the Bobcats to punt. Low snap, but does get the punt blocked. It's blocked, and that will be a safety. So they do get the forward progress for this 1st down. Ball snap, handed off to the left-hand side. He's gonna find an opening and cuts outside again to the 25, to the 20, and a great run there by Donovan Garcia. Gets about 20 yards on that run. Able to misdirect most of those defenders, but gets stopped for a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 10. 2 receivers on the right. Could be looking in that direction. Does. Caught by number 2. By Gray. Makes a defender miss for the score. Touchdown, San Marcos. Under 3:30 now. 3 receivers on the left. Could be another run down the middle, as the Rattlers are going to just blitz down the middle, and that'll force Sanchez to keep it, and he will be sacked for a 3-yard loss. On the line. Comfortably in the pocket, and gets stopped and intercepted. No, incomplete. Nearly intercepted on that play from the big man, number 99, Diego Gonzalez. 2nd and 10, we're going to keep an eye on Lampkin, who's in the slot in the left-hand side. Screen pass by number 2, and they're going to rule it a fumble. No, they're going to rule it incomplete. And the fans from Edinburg not liking that call by the officials. Ball snap, hole looks good, kick is up, does have the distance and the height, and it is good. So it will be 19-3 as the clock does expire.
No matter where you are in life, Texas Southmost College is here to help you move forward. Whether you're starting fresh, changing careers, or gaining new skills, TSC has affordable programs designed to fit your goals. It's time to take the next step. Think big. Think bright. Think TSC.
Sunny Glen Children's Home has provided a place of hope for every child since 1936. If you'd like more information on Sunny Glen and the services we offer, please visit us at www.sunnyglen.org.
Kenny Perez came from a small town in Texas. At Kenny Perez Law, we won't stop fighting until our clients get what's rightfully theirs. We're right by your side, no matter what. Call Kenny Perez Injury Lawyers today, 956-999-1111.
At Tortilleria Ibanez, flavor starts fresh every day. Crispy flautas, homemade tamales, and our signature chicken salad, all made for you. Tortilleria Ibanez, tradition on every plate.
Rev up your future with Texas Southmost College's Auto Body Repair Program. In just 2 semesters, you'll gain the skills to become an auto body repair specialist. Learn using industry standard iCar Academy to get you job ready fast. If you're ready to drive your career forward, TSC's Auto Body Repair Program is the place to start. Classes are filling fast, so visit tsc.edu and apply today.
Elevation, AT4, AT4X, Denali. Case closed. For your GMC, we're professional grade.
And we are back here on the Arso Network here at Buccaneer Stadium in Corpus Christi. We're still with a delay. I have not gotten any updates as to any resets of any of these delays. So we are projected to get things going in the next couple minutes, maybe in the next 5 minutes or so. No lightning has been detected still, so my guess is that they would resume play with rain, of course, pending any lightning that would disrupt the game. And in the meantime, we'll take a look at the 6A Division I standings, which would be the playoff bracket that Los Fresnos and Laredo United would be on later this evening. And again, we're getting that coverage for you. So right now, Midland Legacy and North Crawley started their game at around 2 o'clock with Crowley with a 42-3 lead. I'm not sure if this game has concluded, but the last update I see here, it has North Crawley with the lead. And if that result holds, they would be going up against Capel for the region semis for 6A Division I. Lake Ridge loses to Permian 30-28, and they'll be moving on to the region semis up against Allen. And then Duncanville comes away with a big victory over Rockwall Heath 43-6. And Duncanville will be going up against the winners of the Woodlands and Klein Collins later tonight. That game is set to kick off around 6 o'clock. And then over the bottom half, of course, we have Lake Travis defeating Brennan 13-7. They'll be taking on the winner of the matchup we have later tonight between United and Los Fresnos. And then Steel, Cibolo Steel wins yesterday over Weslaco 45-14. And they'll be meeting San Antonio Johnson next week. And then Dickinson defeats Pearland 28-7. And they'll more than likely have their matchup. Let's see here. Strake Jesuit defeats Lamar 50-35. So that's who they'll meet. And then North Shore taking care of business over Ridge Point 31-7. They'll be taking on Cypress Falls, who defeats Cinco Ranch 46-25. And then Waxahachie defeats North Forney 37-20, and they'll be taking on Cypress Ranch, who comes away with the victory over Grand Oaks for the region semis. So those are your matchups for next week. And of course, those games would be some of those falling on the 28th from what I'm seeing here so far, the set matchups. Which would be on the Friday, actually. I know mentioned earlier from 6A Division 2, we have some of those matchups lined up on Thanksgiving. And then I don't have specific details from 6A Division 1 just yet, so if anything, we'll be sure to keep you updated on that. So at 4:03, my guess was we were going to have some action from both teams, San Marcos and Edinburg, but still falling just short from that happening. So I'm hoping that both teams soon make their way out of the locker room with a confirmation that game can resume. And then, of course, as we wrapped up this football season, going deeper and deeper to the end of the playoffs, the realignment's coming up pretty soon with lots of changes, especially for the Rio Grande Valley. Some of the projected changes, particularly from 6A schools moving down to 5A districts. I know Brownsville-Hanna from 32-6A was projected to move down. Brownsville Veterans still on the fence from either end. Some people say down to 5A. Some people say, you know what, I think they even went up a little bit in enrollment to stay in 6A. Harlingen was rumored to move down to 5A. And then a few Upper Valley schools also projected to move down to 5A, which would ultimately end up possibly being only one District 6A group in the Rio Grande Valley. But we won't know for sure until that gets released next year. As we look at some of the other games, UT up over Arkansas 21-20. As they're at about 7 minutes remaining in the second quarter, UT do have the ball as they continue to get closer and closer to that game. Of course, they have that finale against A&M, which is going to be a good one. And, of course, we have this matchup for you with San Marcos up 19-3. So we'll go another commercial break, see if I can get any further updates regarding the delay, and hopefully we can get you an accurate time of resuming of this game. We'll be back on the RSO Network.
Perez came from a small town in Texas. At Kenny Perez Law, we won't stop fighting until our clients get what's rightfully theirs. We're right by your side, no matter what. Call Kenny Perez Injury Lawyers today, 956-999-1111.
Turn your passion into a powerful career at Texas Southmost College. Our automotive technology program will train you in everything from maintenance to full vehicle systems repair. Earn a certificate or associate degree and get certified to work as a C maintenance or B-level technician. You'll be guided by seasoned instructors who have decades of real-world automotive experience, helping you get ready to roll into the industry. So take the wheel and apply today at tsc.edu.
No matter where you are in life, Texas Southmost College is here to help you move forward. Whether you're starting fresh, changing careers, or gaining new skills, TSC has affordable programs designed to fit your goals. It's time to take the next step. Think big. Think bright. Think TSC.
This summer, settle in and reconnect with one another. South Padre Island has so many great places to stay. Condos, resorts, and hotels. Oh my! Book your summer getaway today. And start making memories poolside with the people you care about most. Visit SoPadre.com.
And we are back here in the Arsenal Network. We want to thank everybody for sticking with us throughout this delay. With San Marcos up 19-3, getting set to kick off the second half at some point later today. I went to talk to the staff here. So the new update is about 16 minutes from the delay. As I see some of the coaching staff from both teams just looking out at the weather, making sure there aren't any other further delays. And the delay started maybe around 2:30, 2:15. It actually started at 2:25, and that was just minutes before the conclusion of the halftime. And then shortly after, the P announcer just made the announcement that we needed to seek shelter indoors as best as we could. Looking over at the parking lot area, many fans still waiting patiently in their vehicles. So if you're a fan of today's matchup and you're in our stream, we want to thank y'all for your support, whether you're a Bobcat or a Rattler. We want to take this time to just appreciate all the support you have given this season, to your children, to your favorite athlete, to your students, whatever background you may have with your team. The support is greatly appreciated as we continue to go through this delay. So your commitment to waiting this one out with us is greatly appreciated. As we take a look at the staff and the officials who are currently serving at this game, just getting together and getting updates. My assumption would be that they would delay the evening game that is also scheduled here at Buccaneer Stadium, which we will be broadcasting between Los Fresnos and Laredo United, will more than likely get pushed back to at least 7:30, if not maybe even 8 p.m. As we see different personnel getting together, discussing any other any other delays or preparations as the weather does clear up a little bit better now. And of course, as we hope to get some action going here in just a few moments. But the last update we were able to receive from the staff here in the booth is about another 15 minutes now. So 4:30, if weather permits, might be the end of our delay here. And you're taking a look at the Edinburg locker room, the coaching staff, as they make their way back in the locker room, trying to see what other actions will be made in preparations for this. And just looking to our sides here from both of the sides, from both teams, just the assistant coaches just continuing to discuss the preparations for the second half. Enjoying a little bit of college football on the sides here with the UT still in the lead, 21-20. And just trying to keep equipment alive and awake for the second half. So again, earlier in the game, when we kicked off, we had Edinburg with the first possession. Had maybe about a 6-minute drive, converting on most third downs. The fourth third down, not able to convert, go for a field goal, and they took a 3-0 lead, as you saw at the highlights from earlier. And then San Marcos come swinging, led by quarterback Buck Stain, threw a beautiful 55-yard pass to the right hash side to Jordan Lampkin, and then being able to throw it to him for the touchdown. It was I believe, a 16-yard touchdown pass. And then on Edinburgh's second possession, Edinburgh started the second half. They had a forced fumble recovered by number 33, Cameron Bundage from San Marcos. And then, if my memory serves me correct, got stopped on a 4th and 1 where they were close to scoring a second time, or that might have been the first time. But nonetheless, Edinburgh gets the ball back. They were out 3 and out. Try to go for a punt. Gets the punt blocked by number 7, Trey Walker. And the punter was able to land on the ball. However, it was on his own end zone, which resulted in a safety, which then brought up 9-3 in favor of San Marcos. Then on the ensuing kickoff, the Rattlers able to move the ball down the field, able to get the touchdown. Was a screen pass to number 2, Elliot Gray, and then that put them up 16-3. And just before the half, Rattlers back on offense, trying to continue to move the ball to the end zone, but had some penalties that pushed them back a bit. With the time management, not able to get any further than I believe the 23-yard line. Had to go for a field goal. Gets the field goal through, and that is how we got to 19-3. So we see a few more people making their way outside. I wouldn't say necessarily back on the field. But again, the last updates we have, projecting now maybe about 10, 15 more minutes if there are no additional delays. Now, of course, with the delay ending, if it stands the way it is, both teams would still need some time to warm up, give those guys an opportunity to loosen up and get ready and set before they go into the second half. So those are the things that we can take with us as we get set for the second half. Still in the lightning delay, now pushing 2 hours into this delay with about 10 more minutes. The delay would have been since 2:25. Now we're at 4:16, and hoping that at 4:30 we'll see something on the field. So we'll step aside again, take you out to another commercial break, and if we do see any further action, we'll make sure that we get that covered for you all with the updates. And then, of course, during the player warm-ups with that extra time added, we'll be sure to refresh you all on the first half action. And we'll be back on the RSO Network.
It means a lot to me. TSC has changed me to make me realize that I can accomplish things. Just don't give up. I've come a long way from where I was to what I am now, and there's no limit to where I'm going.
Permatemp Personnel Services has been servicing local businesses for the past 29 years.
Leave the hiring to us.
Let us become your personal hiring guru.
We have a network of skilled employees to fit your needs. Your success is our strategy.
Don't hesitate, call us now.
If you've been in a car crash, call Kenny. We're available to take your call 24/7, and we don't charge a fee unless we win your case. When you're in a car crash, call Kenny. Call 999-1111 now for a free consultation.
The standard of excellence has always been Cadillac, so be iconic and drive one. Free your Cadillac, Brownsville, Texas.
This summer, it's time to go outside and get some air. Explore a pirate ship. Or go horseback riding on the beach. And you can't forget about all the fun on the bay. South Padre Island has so much to do for the whole family. Book your summer getaway today. Visit sopadre.com.
And we are back on the RSO Network. Last update I have is about 5 more minutes in this delay pending lightning not being struck again here at Buccaneer Stadium here in Corpus Christi, as some officials are looking out again, coaching staffs from both teams are looking out again. We're seeing a few people looking out into the field here as they begin to anticipate some action here on the field to resume play here. And we'll stay with the Odds for the remaining time here, hoping that we'll see some people making their way onto the field as we continue to monitor the locker room and the officials from those locker rooms to ensure that there wouldn't be any more extension of this delay and that we'll be able to get things going in just a bit. As more people begin to huddle outside, in hopes that they will be able to make their return. Beginning to see a bit more people outside. And as we get set for the second half kickoff, more people making their way outside, making sure everything looks good. Tunnels from both sides hanging in. The one from Edinburg's a little bit lower. And shouldn't be much of an issue if we get things going just a bit. I'm sure they'll fix that up just upright and set for both teams to come out of the tunnel. As we continue our delay here in Corpus. So you see a few more people making their way onto the tunnel over from San Marcos. Maybe they're just making sure it's still in good shape and still holding strong. More coaches from the Edinburg side are coming outside and making sure that we have some clearance of and I thought I heard the PA announcer announcing something. That was my mistake there. So more coaches coming out from the Edinburg side. And as they wanting to get themselves back on the field here and getting their players ready to cut this deficit, which again, San Marcos is up 19-3. The Rattlers will receive to start the second half. As we see a little bit more people wandering around the outdoors. And the update now is 1 more minute. As we get set to get these players back out. So I'm sure both teams were in the locker rooms getting warmed up, making sure they get last minute jitters out the way. My guess is they get maybe about 10-15 minutes to warm up. And we see more official crews coming back out on the field. As we get set with Jesse's Girl. There you go. So I think an announcement should be made here shortly, informing any fans in their vehicles that we are ready to welcome them back in if they were waiting in their vehicles. In hopes to get this game underway. And as you hear the alarm being sounded, not sure if that's the indication has been made, and it is, as both teams now make their way back onto the field.
15-minute warm-up.
So both teams will have 15 minutes to warm up following this 2-hour delay officially. As it did start at 2:25, it does conclude at 4:25. And look at all these students so excited to be back on the field for the second half action. And with the 15 minutes, we're looking at a potential 4:45 second half kickoff as they get set for the second half. And fans slowly making their way back onto the bleachers. And again, we want to shout out all these fans who made it here to Corpus this afternoon in full support of their team. And if you're just tuning in, Edinburg are wearing the blue jerseys with the white pants, and the Rattlers of San Marcos in the all whites. As teams still walking out of the locker room, making their way on the field.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the stadium. We will have a 15-minute warm-up when both teams are on the field. Please be careful as you enter the stadium. The stadium area is wet and slippery. Please be careful as you come back into the stadium in an orderly fashion. Also, we ask for cooperation. We have a second game after this, so please, if you see anything around you that needs to be disposed of, please do so properly. Once again, with both teams on the field, we will begin. We have begun the 15-minute warm-up period.
So, huge thank you to the P announcer. And the 15-minute mark has begun. And let me see if I can get a timer for you all here. Now, mind you, let me just rewind it here. Let's see if we can link this up for you all. And now we're at 14:20. We'll let this roll down. And let's actually fix this up for you all. There we go. Now we have it synced. Now with 14 minutes remaining here in following the delay with the warm-up. The score you see is correct with San Marcos up 19-3 as both teams get set and warm up before the second half action. So fans again making their way back onto the field with enough time to get settled and situated as we get the third quarter underway now with 13.5. And as I mentioned, both teams traveling between 2 and 2.5 hours to be here, with San Marcos slightly with a longer travel than Edinburg. Edinburg was, I believe, to be about 2 hours and 12 minutes. Let me get that confirmation for y'all. 2 hours and 12 minutes for a total amount of 145 miles. And of course, the Rattlers of San Marcos traveling 2 hours and 38 minutes for a total of 183 minutes. So again, some of the things I'm looking forward to in this second half is trying to see if San Marcos will bring out some explosive plays, really trying to let it rip and allow Buck Stain to do as much as he can and just really take control of the second half. Meanwhile, Edinburg's defense is going to have to do everything they can to contain Buck Stain and make sure that they allow little to no yardage to give their quarterback, Aiden Sanchez, a chance to get things cleared up. And over at the Edinburg side, and thank you to the staff here at Corpus Christi. If you're noticing, they got a squeegee out here to clear out some of the how do I say it, the quality that we're able to show you all. So shout out Corpus Christi staff. Appreciate their time and cooperation as we get set for this kickoff. So we appreciate the staff here at Corpus Christi ISD for their help and their athletic department. So again, over at the Edinburg side, I think their best drive was their first drive. Just being able to convert, keep it third and close, third and short, finding those opening gaps in the run game, and utilizing number 9, Tyler Galvan, as best as they can. He's got the legs to keep it moving should he be stuck in a huddle situation. But really what I'm trying to see if maybe they can kind of spread the field to the sides a bit more, maybe try to find those short passes again like they were doing earlier in the game. Because honestly, that was the best look that they've had in this game was early on. And then second quarter, they had some miscues. They had a fumble by Aiden Sanchez, which was recovered by San Marcos. They had a blocked punt, which was fortunate to have been received by themselves, but it was a safety out of that. So they were able to they had to give up 2 rather than 6. And then they're just giving, in my opinion, Buck Stain a little bit too much time to let the ball rip, especially down the field. And if you were here earlier, I did mention for San Marcos, I think Buck Stain just needs to play a bit more aggressive in the passing game, just finding open receivers and trusting that they'll make those big plays for him. Of course, trying to expose Edinburgh's secondary and trying to find those big long passes. Like I believe he found maybe about 2 or 3 long passing plays. But some of the receivers from the Rattler offense has been able to make plays after the receptions. So I think just allowing that is going to help a lot with this Rattler offense over time. And of course, these linebackers from San Marcos are just dominating. Darius Davis, Trey Walker, you know, just these top defenders that we mentioned pregame. You know, if they continue to disrupt Edinburgh's offense and their running game, I think it will be more than enough for San Marcos to come away with the victory tonight. With under 9 minutes remaining now, we are going to show you the first half highlights again, just to give y'all a refresher from the 2-hour delay we just had. That way you have an idea of how this game resulted in 19-3. And then hopefully we can get things underway in just a bit. So here are the first half highlights. But let's see what they do here. Ball snapped. Looking down the middle. Aiden doesn't like what he sees. He's just going to run it to the right side. No, he's going to find an open receiver at the end. And a great pass there to Jude Vega. Great awareness there by Gonzalez. A 28-yard field goal. With 10 seconds in the play clock, 4.5 or 4:30. Ball snap. Hold looks good. Kick is up. And it is good. 2 receivers on the right, 1 on the left. We're going to keep an eye on the right side as they're spread out up into the end. Ball's going to be snapped. Fake handoff is going to go deep to the right side, and it is caught to the 20, 15, 10, and gets stopped at the... For the Rattlers, let's see if they're able to convert here or if the Bobcat defense can make a stop. Ball snapped. It's going to keep it in and tackled at the... And they're lining up right under center. Stain is just going to keep it himself. Does he have enough power? And he doesn't. He will be stopped by the Bobcat defense. Any of the coaches catch anything? First and 5, Edinburg. Ball snap, looking to the right side, gets a catch, makes a defender miss to the 15, and gets tackled out of bounds. First and 10 at the 27. Ball's gonna be snapped. Gonzalez looking for a pass, and it's a fumble, as the Rattlers will just fall under it with the fumble recovery. The Rattlers with the recovery. Goal, not able to get themselves through in that drive on a 4th and 1. Stain decides to keep it, but gets stopped by the Bobcat defense. Meanwhile, now on this drive, 1st and 10. San Marcos dropping back, looking for a pass down the middle. Caught by Lampkin for the touchdown. And the kick is off. Up high. Able to be returned, and it will be. Edinburg at the 5, 10, 15. Tries to cut down the middle, but a big hit by the Rattlers. 3rd down stop on the curl route from the Bobcats. Great stop there by Rhodes. Will force the Bobcats to punt. Low snap, but does get the punt blocked. It's blocked, and that will be a safety. So they do get the forward progress for this 1st down. Ball snap, handed off to the left-hand side. He's going to find an opening and cuts outside again to the 25, to the 20, And a great run there by Donovan Garcia. Gets about 20 yards on that run. Able to misdirect most of those defenders, but gets stopped for a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 10. 2 receivers on the right. Could be looking in that direction. Does. Caught by number 2. By Gray. Makes a defender miss for the score. Touchdown, San Marcos. Under 3:30 now. 3 receivers on the left. Could be another run down the middle as the Rattlers are going to just blitz down the middle. And that'll force Sanchez to keep it. And he will be sacked for a 3-yard loss. On the line. Comfortably in the pocket and gets stopped and intercepted. No, incomplete. Nearly intercepted on that play from the big man, number 99, Diego Gonzalez. 2nd and 10, we're going to keep an eye on Lampkin, who's in the slot in the left-hand side. Screen pass by number 2, and they're going to rule it a fumble. No, they're going to rule it incomplete. And the fans from Edinburg not liking that call by the officials. Ball snapped, hold looks good, kick is up, does have the distance and the height, and it is good. So it will be 19-3 as the clock does expire. And those were your first half highlights from this matchup, which kicked off at 1 p.m. Now we're currently standing at 4:38, following an official 2-hour delay here. Started at 2:25, ended at 4:45. Or correction, 2:25, ended at 4:25. They're letting both teams warm up with now 3.5 minutes and ticking remaining before we get this second half underway. So those of you that are watching us here on the RSO Network, as I mentioned, there is another game here that is scheduled at 7 that we have the opportunity to stream for y'all as well between Los Fresnos and Laredo United. My guess is that it is going to be delayed to about 7:30, maybe 8 p.m. But any updates regarding that game, just check our Facebook, check our social media platforms for any time changes or updates. But as I check through my phone, I'll make sure to provide you all that update if anything changes. But still scheduled at 7. I'll see if I can get an update from the staff and the officials here and see if there is a time change. So both teams wrapping up their warm-ups as they get set to meet and huddle up. That way they can just get this game underway. I don't anticipate much rain in the next hour or two, which would evidently be the time frame for the rest of this matchup. And it looks like the Rattlers of San Marcos will be making their way onto their tunnel. And Edinburg grouping up their units and getting set for kickoff. So again, Edinburg will be kicking off to San Marcos, and we'll be seeing Buckstain and the Rattler offense on the field first to kick off this second half. As the Rattlers make their way in the tunnel, and Edinburg wrapping up their warm-up routine. And still lots of fans coming in from both ends of the bleachers. Of course, Edinburg being the home side, so you might be getting a bit more reactions or crowd noise from the Edinburg side since we are in the booth of the home side. And then, of course, as you look out into the field here, we have the crowd from San Marcos as the student groups, the bands, the dance team, cheerleaders all make their way back on the field in preparations for this game. We are now under 1 minute, and we'll get this game underway. And it looks like the Rattlers are going to make their way on the field. as they huddle in the tunnel. And here are the Rattlers from San Marcos. Meanwhile, the Bobcats of Edinburg make their way on the field. And again, Bobcats setting this game up to kick off to San Marcos. And those of you that stuck with us for the 2-hour delay, we want to thank y'all and appreciate y'all for sticking with us here as we get this game underway. Just doing a check here on the scoreboard. And Edinburg set to kick off at the 40. Everybody's happy, everybody's in good spirits. And here we go. Kicking off for the Bobcats, number 35, Christopher Barrera, who had the field goal to start this game. And set to return for San Marcos. I believe that's number 2, Elliot Gray, and number 0, Hank Harris as the returnman. And here we go, second half, about to kick off. And here we go. A 2-hour delay brings us here now. Ball picked up at the 15, 20, 25. It's gonna run it to the side and at the 30. And that is where he'll be stopped near the 30. Looks like it's gonna be maybe about the 28-yard line. So that is where the Rattlers will start the second half following the 2-hour delay. 1st and 10. Ball will be spotted at the 29. And let's see how these teams begin to work following the lightning delay. 1st and 10 for the Rattlers. Shotgun formation, 2 receivers on the left. Have a group of tight ends on the line. Ball's going to be snapped. Handed off to number 5. It's going to find an opening down the middle. That's Justin Tardy with the carry as the officials still let this play run through, and now they stop it. And they're going to mark him at the 40, which will be enough for a first down for the Rattlers. Gain of 11 on the play. 1st and 10, ball at the 40. Going to keep the same form. They're going to change it a little bit. 2 on the left, 1 on the right for receivers. Ball's going to be snapped a little high. Fake handoff picked up by number 14 for the Rattlers. Makes a defender miss. Makes a second one miss with a stiff arm. Wow. Aiden Benavides with the muscle on that play. And that will be enough for a first down for the Rattlers. And a fresh set of downs for San Marcos now in Bobcat territory. 1st and 10 at the 45. Ball's going to be snapped. Fake handoff, looking down the middle. Wide open is Jordan Lampkin. Mama, there goes that man for the touchdown. A nice play-action play by the Rattlers allows Lampkin to be wide open down the middle. Let's look at that replay. And he's just on the left-hand side by himself, one-on-one coverage here. As he'll just make his route, beats the defender, and just wide open down the middle for the score. Extra point now lined up. Ball snap, hold looks good, kick is up, and it is good. San Marcos able to convert on the 2-hour delay, now up 26-3. We'll be back on the RSL Network.
Kenny Perez came from a small town in Texas. At Kenny Perez Law, we won't stop fighting until our clients get what's rightfully theirs. We're right by your side, no matter what. Call Kenny Perez Injury Lawyers today, 956-999-1111.
And we are back on the RSL Network following the 2-hour delay. San Marcos coming out of the locker room with their foot on the gas pedal on a great touchdown pass from Stain to Jordan Lampkin for his second touchdown of today and the third passing touchdown from Buck Stain. The Rattlers now kicking off to the Bobcats. And the kicker for San Marcos is number 26, Julio Alvarado. And the kick is off and high up in the air. It's going to fall in the end zone, and it's just going to roll out for a touchback. And Edinburg will get things underway at their own 25. 1st and 10 for Edinburg. I'll keep an eye out here for number 6, Jude Vega. That is Aiden Sanchez's main target in the passing game. Has 2 receivers on the left. Let's see what they draw up here. 1st and 10. Ball snapped. Going to hand it off down the middle. And picked up quickly by the Rattler defense. Gets maybe a yard on that play. 2nd and 8. Gets 2 yards on that carry. As Edinburg trying to cut this deficit. Shotgun formation, 2 on the right, 1 on the left. Has the back next to him. Sanchez, ball snap. Fake handoff is going to roll out to the right and caught by number 2. And he'll just step out of bounds. Great catch there by Ethan Calderon. It will be enough for a first down. And they'll spot him at the 37 for the fresh set of downs. As the band from San Marcos begins to make some noise. Motion man to the left, ball snapped. Handed off to number 9. And not able to find much room there on the edge. Great stop there by the Rattler defense. Tyler Galvan trying to get to that outside to try to beat off some defenders. But as y'all say, speed kills. Able to get the stop there for a 3-yard loss. 2nd and 13 now for Edinburg. Now they got 3 receivers on the right. Could be a short pass in that direction. Let's see what they do here. Ball snapped, looking in that direction. Gonna find an open receiver, and it's gonna be incomplete, but a big hit by the Rattler defense. Number 0, Hank Harris with a powerful hit, making sure he doesn't make that reception. 3rd and long now for Edinburg. .950 remaining in this 3rd quarter. Edinburg desperately needing a first down, if not more. Keep the same formation here. Let's see what they do here. Ball's going to be snapped. Looking again in that direction. Not going to find anybody yet. Now he sends it through. Catch was made by number 18, Nathan Pena, but will be stopped maybe about 6 yards short for the first down. And Edinburg sending their punting unit out. Will not take the chance here to convert for a first down. And setting up to receive the punt is number 0, Hank Harris, who had the big hit earlier to not allow the Edinburg offense any more yardage. 8 seconds remaining on the play clock. Edinburg barely getting set here for the punt. Ball snapped, and they get the punt out. Small hang time gets it at the 25 to the 30. 35, flag on the play, and will be pushed out of bounds near the 45. As the official gets with his workman to figure out what the penalty was. Could be a holding call.
During the return, holding, return team, number 20. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down, San Marcos.
And it is a penalty call against the Rattlers, so they're going to move him back 10 yards from the spot of the foul, which took place at the 35, so the Rattlers will start at the 25. First and 10 for San Marcos. Handoff to number 6. Donovan Garcia didn't find an opening, tried to get as close as he could to the line of scrimmage, but actually gets 1 yard out of it. So it'll be 2nd and 9 for San Marcos. Clock now starting to be in effect as a little bit. 8:34 and ticking. You're going to keep this close formation. One receiver on the right-hand side could go in that direction if they elect to pass. Ball snapped, and it is going to not go in that direction. He thought about it, held it back last second, is going to roll out. See something? No, he's just going to throw it out. Buck Stain with the passing play being broken up by the Bobcat defense will now bring us 3rd and 8. So these are the positions Edinburg wants to throw at San Marcos, 3rd and long, so that they avoid getting any big yardage plays. If they can contain Buck Stain in the pocket and not allow him to extend the play, that'll give the Bobcats an opportunity to get themselves back on offense quick. Ball snapped. Staying with time. Finds somebody deep, and it is caught by Jordan Lampkin. And I noticed one of the Edinburg secondary players trying to make a play on it, trips as the pass was being thrown. Unfortunately for Edinburg, Lampkin able to make that reception. 1st and 10, San Marcos now in their own 46. Need to get to Bobcat territory to extend the drive. Ball snapped a little high, but picks it up. There's Tardy with the carry. Here we go, 45. And gets stopped there at the 45. 2nd and short now for the Rattlers, only needing to get to a yard, so it'll be 2nd and 1 for San Marcos. Now, if I'm the Rattlers from San Marcos, I'm starting to think maybe I can just chew up as much clock as I can with this 24-point lead here. Edinburg needing at least 3 possessions to at least tie if they were to convert all 2-point conversions. Just to let the clock run and just to get themselves back home and resting a little bit earlier. Ball snapped. Looking in the left side. Picked up by Garcia. Gets met by a group of Bobcats. Gain of about 3 yards. It doesn't matter because it is enough for a first down for San Marcos. Good defensive stop, but an even better yardage play for the Rattlers will give them a fresh set of downs. Now nearing the 7-minute mark. 1st and 10. Ball at the 43 of Bobcat territory. As Buck Stain looking to extend this drive and hopefully get another touchdown on his stat sheet. Here we go. 1 receiver on each end. Ball's going to be snapped. Hands it off to number 5. As they try to shut out defenders, he will get some out, but will be stopped. Justin Tardy with the carry gets maybe about 6 yards there on that play. And they're going to mark him out of bounds. I thought he stayed in bounds, but they're going to mark him out, and they're actually going to stop the clock here at 6:31. It'll be 2nd and 4 for San Marcos. Let's see if the Rattlers decide to keep this on the ground to run the clock or maybe look for a pass inside. It's a handoff to Tardy again. Gets met a little bit past the first down marker, so it will be enough for a San Marcos first down, and that'll move the clock and the chains. 1st and 10 now for San Marcos. Ball at the 31, chewing up the clock and in full control of this game. Keep an eye on the left-hand side. Number 1, Jordan Lampkin, which has been Stain's main target. Let's see if he keeps it that way. Ball snapped a little high, not a problem. Hands it off to Tardy. Correction, Garcia. With a great run there, it's going to stop him at about the 20. And that'll be an 11-yard gain and enough for another first down for San Marcos. 5:34 and ticking for the Rattlers. No urgency needed whatsoever. Get themselves now in the red zone. 1st and 10 at the 20. Number 14, Benavides on the right-hand side, Lampkin on the left. Let's see where he goes. Tries to find somebody, and is intercepted by the Bobcats to the 20, 25, 30, still moving his feet, and Stain able to make the stop there. Interception for the Bobcats. On what looked to be a really good drive by the Rattlers, ends up being caught by the Bobcats. Let's take a look at that replay. As I mentioned, Lampkin on the left-hand side trying to get that reception from Stain. That pressure forces him to throw it a little bit too fast on the release there, and intercepted by the Bobcats. Number 0, Orlando Martinez with the interception. So 1st and 10 now for the Bobcats. Let's see if they're able to convert on the turnover. Ball snapped, handed off down the middle again. Gets 1 yard out of that play, and that'll move the clock. Tyler Galvan with the carry. That'll bring up 2nd and 9 for Edinburg. 2nd and actually about 8 yards. Got 2 yards on that play. Let's see if Edinburg considers possibly a short pass or elect to run again. Number 4 from San Marcos playing close. Keep an eye on him on this play. San Marcos with the sack. They do get it. And I told you, this linebacker duo is no joke, as Trey Walker makes the sack on the play. And that'll keep the clock going. It'll be 3rd and 13, a 5-yard loss for the Bobcats. They did try to go for the pass. The pocket just got disrupted a bit too soon for Aiden Sanchez, trying to find his way out of it, but gets met by a Rattler defender. Here we go. 3rd and long. Finds a short pass, caught. Tries to find an opening, won't get it, but gets about 7 yards on the play nonetheless. 4th and about 6 now for Edinburg. And they're going to send their punting unit again, and will send this out far for the Rattlers. So following interception by Edinburg, not able to convert, will be sent on a 3 and out, which would be their 2nd 3 and out of the game. 10 seconds remaining on the play clock. Let's see if they're able to get lined up and ready in time with 5 seconds now. 4, 3, 2, 1. This is going to be a delay of game. And let's see if they got the timeout in time.
Delay of game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Remains. 4th down.
And Coach Peña and the Edinburg crew did not get the timeout out in time. It will be delay of game, so that'll push him back 5. Edinburg still electing to punt. The return man for the Rattlers, number 0, Hank Harris. And another block nearly took place as the punt goes short and will roll back and forth And the Bobcats are just going to receive it as it began to roll against them. And the Rattlers now starting at their own 31. The Rattlers now back on offense. And let's see what to do on this drive. 2:40 remaining in the third quarter. Ball snapped. Hand it off to Garcia. And we'll get maybe a few yards from the forward progress. Gets 4 yards on the play, and it'll be 2nd and 6 for San Marcos. Second and 10, that'll keep the clock moving. And we're at 2:10. And what I could anticipate, we'll try to keep everything in bounds from the Rattler offense to send us to the fourth quarter as soon as they can. Ball snap, hand it off to Tardy. He's gonna find an opening and decides to go outside to the 40, 45, makes a defender miss. A great move there, just lowering the shoulder a little bit. And that'll be enough for a Rattler first down. As we take a look at that run there by Tardy, being able to just squeeze his way through those gaps. As he makes the initial defender miss, decides, nope, let me go out here. Makes that little side move there, able to add more yards following the first down. 1st and 10 at the 49. 1:25 in ticking. Ball's gonna be snapped. Handed off to Tardy again. Tries to find an opening down the middle. Gets some yardage, maybe about 5-6 yards. The tackle made by number 88, Esteban Damian. 2nd and 4 now for the Rattlers. And again, the Rattlers just in full control here, trying to chew up as much play clock as they can to wrap up this quarter and it's set for the fourth. Ball snapped, handed off to Tardy again. Gets stopped from behind, and they will mark him about a yard short. And that will bring up 3rd and 1. Just passing the 42-yard hash. They do need to get to the 41. Play clock and game clock in sync with the game clock a bit ahead. And if they wanted to, they don't have to get this play going because it will end the quarter before the play clock. Let's see if they run it. They do. Hand it off down the middle. They don't get it as the officials blow it dead. It initially wasn't down on the field, but they're going to blow the whistle dead at the same spot. So 26-3 is your score. The Rattlers still ahead. It'll be 4th and 1 in Edinburgh's 42-yard line. Let's see what they do here after this commercial break. We'll be back on the RSL Network. We are back here on the RSL Network as we get set for the fourth and final quarter of this matchup. And those of you who will be tuning into the evening matchup between Los Fresnos and Laredo United, we just received official announcement that that game has been pushed to 8 p.m. And that'll give enough time for all involved teams to get situated, settled in, exiting the stadium, letting the fans leave out, maybe come back later, who knows. But the game for Laredo United and Los Fresnos officially at 8. Quick snap here is going to roll it to the left-hand side, but there is a penalty which would stop the play. Not sure there was movement before the ball was snapped as they quickly lined up. Let's see what the call is.
False start. Offense, number 72. 5-yard penalty remains. 4th down.
So some movement by the offensive line is going to move them back 5 yards. So I'm not sure if they would still go for it.
To 12 minutes.
And then the update from the official, going to keep it at 12 minutes.
Thank you.
Making sure we can get that adjusted for y'all. There we go. So 4th and 6 now for the Rattlers. They do keep their offense to see if they can extend this drive. Stain waiting for the ball. Ball snap, looking for a pass on the right-hand side. Decides to break out of the pocket. Rolls to the left now. Sees if he can make a defender miss. He does. He's going to keep it himself to the 45. Makes a defender miss on the tackle to the 40. And it will be enough for a Rattler first down. Great run there by Stain to extend the play there and to give this Rattler team another first down. And they're going to keep this ball moving. 1st and 10, San Marcos ball at the 39. And if we're able to, we'll pull up that run there by Stain. A great run there, making sure he didn't get tackled before the first down marker. Tardy with the run to the right side, to the 40, gets met by a group of Bobcat defenders, and there is a penalty on the field.
Holding. Offense. Number 30. 10-yard penalty. Replay. First down.
And there is a penalty, a holding call against the Rattlers that I'm moving back 10 yards. What I would assume would be from the spot of the foul. And he will be spotted at the 49, so it will be a 10-yard penalty from the line of scrimmage. It'll now be 1st and 20 for the Rattlers. First and 10 for the Rattlers. Keep your eye on the right-hand side. Jordan Lampkin, number 1, for a potential catch if it's a pass. Stain dropping back, looking in that direction to see if he goes that way. He does, and it's going to be ruled a catch. Reception made by Lampkin will be a 10-yard correction, an 8-yard gain, and that'll bring up 2nd and 12. Lampkin now lined up on the left-hand side. Motion man to the left. That's Benavides. Stain looking that way on the left-hand side. Gets met by a defender, and he will be pushed out of bounds, and he's going to lose some good yardage there. That's going to be a potential 9-yard loss on that play, and they're kind of back to where they were following the holding penalty. So that'll be 3rd and 19 now for the Rattlers. Great pressure there by the Bobcats on that play, not allowing Stain to look for a deep pass or an open receiver for that matter. Let's see what to do here now. As Lampkin lines up in the slot on the left-hand side. Could go in his direction, or it could be a handoff to Tardy and let him use his legs. Ball's going to be snapped. Stain looking for a deep pass. Finds Lampkin, and a penalty on the play, which did look like a holding against the Bobcats. And it looks like they will go against the Bobcats on this play. Officials getting together to get the official ruling to see if it's a holding or pass interference. It looked to me holding, but let's see what the call is on the field.
Prior to the pass, holding, defense, number 7, 10-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
And it is a holding penalty, which I initially saw, was wondering if the officials were going to pick it up. And I think Stain made a smart decision to see that and to throw that in that direction and making sure that those officials made that penalty call, and they do. 10-yard penalty will be enough for a first down for the Rattlers. 10:30 remaining here in the 4th quarter. Ball's placed at the 37, correction, 38. Ball snap, gonna hand it off to Tardy. Tardy looks down the middle, gets some space there, but gets dropped at about the 30. That'll be an 8-yard gain on the play, and that'll bring up second down. So San Marcos going back to running the clock, making sure that they can leave here with full confidence, headed into the third round if the results hold. Second and short now for San Marcos. Lampkin on the left-hand side by himself, one-on-one, could go in that direction. Instead, they're going to hand it off to number 6, Donovan Garcia. Let's see if he gets the forward progress for the first down. Officials are going to spot him at the 29, which would be half a yard short, as they had to get to around the 28. So it'll be 3rd and 1 for the Rattlers. San Marcos not holding anything back, coming from the 2-hour lightning delay. The only points that were added was a touchdown on their first possession following the second half. Let's see if they're able to convert here. Ball snap, plays whistle dead, as false start will go against the Rattlers.
False start. Offense, number 67. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
And penalty will go against number 67. That's right, Gen Z's 6'7", Dianel Sanchez with the penalty. And that'll bring up 3rd and 6 now for San Marcos. As the clock starts to tick, following the run on the last play. Let's see if they elect to run tardy or if they look for a pass inside. Staying in the backfield, ball snapped. It is going to be a handoff to Tardy down the middle, picked up, and will be brought down. Great initial stop there by number 99 of Edinburg. Diego Gonzalez with the initial stop there, and then the group of Bobcat defenders able to prevent him from going any further. And Tardy able to get to the spot of the play there. No gain on the play. It'll be 4th and 5 with the clock still ticking. Keep the offense on the field. Why not? Have a 23-point lead. Ball's going to be snapped. Stain dropping back, looking for a pass. Finds a receiver, and catch is made, and stays in bounds. Those are the things you want to do if you're San Marcos. Catch was made by number 14, Aiden Benavides. That'll move the chains and the clock. 1st and 10, San Marcos. Ball's going to be spotted at the 25 as they get near the red zone. Edinburg, the last time they were on defense, able to get an interception near this area. Let's see if they're able to do something again as they get pushed back a little bit and they get closer to the red zone. Ball snapped. Handed off to number 6. Tries to make a defender miss. Finds a cut inside the middle. Great awareness there by Donovan Garcia. Will get maybe about 6 yards on that play. They're going to spot him at the 19. 2nd and 4 now for the Rattlers. And again, San Marcos just electing to let this clock run, now at 7:10, as they continue to chew up as much as they can. They have a receiver on the left-hand side. I believe that's Elliot Gray, who had a screen pass touchdown earlier in the first half. Let's see what they do here. As they hand off to Tardy, finds an opening at the 15, makes a defender miss, and a big hit by the Bobcat defender. And Tardy with the first down is going to push the Rattlers at the 11, so it's still another 1st and 10, but now they get in the red zone. And there is a timeout on the field.
Timeout. Edinburg, their first timeout of the half.
So Edinburg with the timeout on the field here with 6:32 remaining. We'll step aside for a little bit. We'll be back here on the RSO Network.
Auto Body Repair Program. In just 2 semesters, you'll gain the skills to become an auto body repair specialist. Learn using industry standard iCar Academy to get you job ready fast. If you're ready to drive your career forward, TSC's Auto Body Repair Program is the place to start. Classes are filling fast, so visit tsc.edu and apply today.
And we are back on the RSL Network here live at Corpus Christi, Texas in Buccaneer Stadium. The Rattlers of San Marcos with a 26-3 commanding lead over the Bobcats of Edinburg, as Buck Stain and this Rattler offense are now in the red zone, 1st and 10 at the 11. 6:32 remaining. Ball's going to be snapped. Handed off to Tardy down inside at the 5 and throws himself at about the 2-yard line. And it'll be 2nd and 1 at the 2-yard line. Need to get to the 1 for a first down. I would not be surprised if the Rattlers purposefully stopped themselves at the 1 just to get a fresh set of downs and run more of this clock. Hand it off to Tardy, but there's a penalty on the field.
False start. Offense, number 50. 5-yard penalty. Remains 2nd down.
So false start penalty against the Rattlers is going to push him back 5. And it'll be 2nd down and 6 at the 7. 6:02 remaining. That'll give the Rattlers some more room to just keep it in bounds and run more of this clock if they elect to do so. If not, just try to get to the end zone as quickly as possible. Some confusion breaking the huddle on the formation here, as they motion a man to the left-hand side. They're going to hand off to Tardy again, going down the middle to the 5 and in for the touchdown. Too easy for the Rattlers. Touchdown, San Marcos. Tardy with his first rushing touchdown took place with 5 foot remaining on this game. I know he had a great game last week against Eagle Pass. Finds his way in the end zone tonight, as he easily just hands this one off to the official for the score. We'll show the touchdown in just a second as we get set for the extra point. And they're missing 1 personnel on the Rattler side. And that'll force the Rattlers to call a timeout. I don't think that was something they wanted to do.
Timeout. San Marcos, their first timeout of the half.
So that'll force San Marcos to call a timeout with 2 apiece. Let's pull up that replay on that run there by Justin Tardy. So some small confusion from the offense a little bit there. Wouldn't be an issue whatsoever. Motioning a man to the left-hand side. Just a simple handoff to Tardy. Finds an open gap, cuts to the middle for the score. As they break out of the timeout huddle, that wasn't necessarily needed. It was just they were short 1 person on their special teams unit here for that extra point. And as I previously mentioned, if San Marcos does win, which is looking like it will be in this favor, their matchup would be up against Austin Vandegrift next Friday. Kickoff is set at about 7:30 at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio. Lining up for the extra point. There's the snap. Hold looks good. Kick is up. Almost blocked, but not a problem at all. Kick is good. San Marcos 33-3. We're going to go to commercial break. When we return, 5:40 remaining in this matchup with Edinburg set to receive. We'll be back on the RSL Network. And we are back on the RSL Network. San Marcos adding 7 on the board, now up 33-3 against the Bobcats of Edinburg. and the Rattlers scoring their second touchdown following their third possession in the second half, following the 2-hour lightning delay, as they get set to kick this off to Edinburg. Now, Edinburg still have a lot of things they should be proud of throughout this season. They've had some pretty good victories throughout this matchup. They had a good victory over Edinburg Villa. They had a victory over city rivals Edinburg North, and making it to the playoffs in the second round as they get stopped at the 26-yard line, I believe. And that is where the Bobcat offense will take off. And the majority of the teams that Edinburg played in the regular season were all playoff teams. To be fair about their schedule, the only teams that weren't in the playoffs that ended up with victories were Edinburg North, PSJA, I believe, and Brownsville Hannah. But the other teams they played, Mercedes, Los Fresnos, Ed Couch-Elsa, Economides, Westlaco, all playoff caliber teams. So a great schedule set for them for this matchup. 1st and 10. It's going to look for a pass. Caught by number 6. That's going to be Jude Vega. Does get out of bounds. That'll stop the clock here a little bit. It'll be gain of about 9, so it'll be 2nd and 1 now for Edinburg. As we continue to fix the camera work a little bit, we apologize. Some condensation got built up on the outside. We'll do our best to clear it up for you all. 2nd and 1 for the Bobcats. Some early motion, could be an offsides. No, the officials don't throw anything on the field. And a catch, short throw, caught by number 9, Tyler Galvan, their main running back. Doesn't get anything on the play in terms of yardage, which will bring up 3rd and short with the clock moving. So Edinburg, with a little bit of urgency, quickly lines up. They're going to fake the hard clap, looking to the sideline, see what they get from their coaching staff on the sideline. Ball's going to be snapped. Handed it down the middle with an opening to the 50, cuts it to the left-hand side, 45-40, and gets tackled at the 35. A great run there by the Bobcats, led by Tyler Galvan. A great run there. I'm sure Edinburgh still playing with full force, trying to make most out of the remaining moments that they have this season. 1st and 10, Edinburg. Ball spotted at 35, still moving with urgency as the clock continues to tick. Ball's going to be snapped, looking for a short pass. No, they're going to look for a long. No, he's going to keep it. And he'll keep it in, gets maybe about 5 yards on that carry. Aiden Sanchez is going to make it now 2nd and 5. Clock will continue to roll. 4:13 and ticking. Then, of course, we look at the schedule from San Marcos. Great victory over Hutto, 40-27. Have some losses to some really good teams like Lake Travis and Pflugerville Vice. As the Bobcats moving now, motion man to the left. Ball's going to be snapped. It's going to be a keeper again. As he decides to cut back down the middle, he's going to move his legs forward and powers his way through for a 1st down and more. Bobcat fans just showing all the support they can for making this trip. It'll be 1st and 10 in the red zone now. Ball's going to be spotted at the 14. Clock continuing to wind down. 3:30 and ticking. Ball's going to be snapped. Going to roll out to the left-hand side, and it's going to be incomplete. Almost with that reception. Intended target was number 3, I believe, Troy Hammond. It'll be 2nd down and about 10 now. Ball still at the 16. And San Marcos, of course, coming off the by-district victory over Eagle Pass, 42-10. And then, of course, Buck Stain just in full control in the passing game here this afternoon as we get to the evening with 3 passing touchdowns. Meanwhile, Edinburg rolling out to the right-hand side, catches the throw, but gets quickly met at the line of scrimmage. It'll be no gain on the play, so it'll be 3rd and 10 for the Bobcats. Clock is rolling. Look at some of the stats over from the San Marcos side. 2 touchdown receptions by Jordan Lampkin. Touchdown reception by Elliot Gray. 3 passing touchdowns from Buck Stain. A punt block by Trey Walker. Justin Tarda got a rushing touchdown on that last drive. And then Bundage with a fumble recovery and a sack here tonight. Edinburg going to run a reverse sweep for a pass. No, not able to get it as they get disrupted by the Rattler defense. And that play was quickly broken up initially by number 22, Luke Paknatek. Apologize for the pronunciation if it's wrong. 4th and long for Edinburg, as they could let this run down to the 2-minute timeout if they wish to do so, if they like to run it for one more time on offense, or if they just want to settle for 3 and just cut this deficit just a little bit.
This is the 2-minute timeout.
So with 2 minutes remaining, 4th and long for Edinburg. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and let's see what the Bobcats do here when we come back from the RSL Network.
Jason Starkey with Gallery Homes.
Here at Gallery, we make building your new home simple and stress-free. From sales to selections, we handle every step so you can enjoy the journey to your new home. This is Gallery, where your dreams become reality.
And we are back here on the RSL Network with 2 minutes remaining. Edinburg facing a 4th and long. I'd say about maybe 4th and 18 here. It looks like they will keep their offense for one last time, led by junior quarterback Aiden Sanchez. Ball's going to snap a little low, drops back looking for a pass. Going to find someone down the side, and it's caught. And it will be down at the 1. Correction, a fumble, and picked up by the Rattlers. I thought it was initially down for the touchdown, but it looks like he had a fumble prior to that.
The ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by the defense in the end zone. We have a touchback. 1st down, San Marcos.
And again, officials making that official calling. Let's see what the replay is. As they draw back, caught. And it does come out prior to crossing that touchdown line and picked up by the Rattlers. Not the best way Edinburg's offense intended that play to go, but it will be 1st and 10 nonetheless. Now what I could anticipate will be victory formation for the Rattlers. And it looks like it will be that way, as they quickly take a knee, and that'll start the clock. A 2-minute fiesta going on in the San Marcos side as they begin to celebrate and get themselves set for next Friday's matchup against the Austin Vandegrift. That game again scheduled to be at around 7:30. That'll be at the Alamo Dome. And the Rattlers just going to let this run down as much as they can before they got to run the other play. And following this game, we will have full game highlights for you here on the RSL Network, so you do not want to miss the full game highlights if you're just tuning in to this matchup. As they let this clock continue to tick, ball's going to be snapped down again. Won't matter, it'll be 3rd down, just one more will do it. As the Bobcats will have their season come to an end in this round. Meanwhile, the Rattlers continue to rattle their way into the 3rd round for another week during Thanksgiving week. They're now under 40, so they'll take their final snap, and there it is. The Rattlers of San Marcos with a 33-3 victory over the Edinburg Bobcats. A great plan following the 2-hour lightning delay we had that went from 2:25 to 4:25. We get this game concluded at 5:30, so a little bit over an hour action following the half will be enough for the Rattlers of San Marcos to close this one out here in Corpus. So, San Marcos now going to have a really good game here next week as they go up against the defending state champions, Vandegrift from Austin, on what many will more than likely be in attendance. It is at the Alamo Dome, so there shouldn't be any lightning delay there. But yeah, just a great matchup overall, led by number 10, Buck Stain, the quarterback. 3 passing touchdowns, 2 to Jordan Lampkin, 1 to Elliott Gray, and Justin Tardy with a rushing touchdown. And then, of course, the safety forced by the special teams unit of the Rattlers, initially blocked by number 7, Trey Walker. And then, of course, the field goal made by their kicker. So we're going to go to commercial break. When we return, we'll have some post-game highlights for you. Our Real Sports Life Network player of the game will be none other than number 10, Buck Stain, with 3 passing touchdowns. We'll be back on the RSL Network.
Time to take a new look, maybe your first look at Buick. If smart, hip, and affordable is for you, Buick's your brand. Fruya Buick, Brownsville, Texas.
Permatemp Personnel Services has been servicing local businesses for the past 29 years.
Leave the hiring to us.
Let us become your personal hiring guru.
We have a network of skilled employees to fit your needs. Your success is our strategy.
Don't hesitate, call us now.
No matter where you are in life, Texas Southmost College is here to help you move forward. Whether you're starting fresh, changing careers, or gaining new skills, TSC has affordable programs designed to fit your goals. It's time to take the next step. Think big. Think bright. Think TSC.
South Padre Island. Enjoy endless activities for all ages. Then dance the night away with live music. Savor fresh seafood and discover unique food trucks and shop our charming boutiques. What are you waiting for? Escape the everyday at South Padre Island.
And we are back here on the RSL Network. The final score, San Marcos takes the victory 33-3 over Edinburg. And Edinburg only scoring on their first possession, not much on the offensive side of things. So that goes to say that this defense from San Marcos just might be the real deal here, folks. We do have the full game highlights for you, so we're going to pull those up for you all before we conclude this stream. But again, player of the game for the RSL Network is number 10, Buck Stain, with 3 passing touchdowns. Here are the full game highlights. Side as they're spread out up into the end. Ball's going to be snapped. Fake handoff's going to go deep to the right side, and it is caught to the 20, 15, 10, and gets stopped at the... For the Rattlers, let's see if they're able to convert here or if the Bobcat defense can make a stop. Ball snapped. It's going to keep it in and tackled at the... And they're lining up right under center. Stain is just going to keep it himself. Does he have enough power? And he doesn't. He will be stopped by the Bobcat defense. Any of the coaches catch anything? First and 5, Edinburg. Ball snap, looking to the right side, gets a catch, makes a defender miss to the 15, and gets tackled out of bounds. First and 10 at the 27. Ball is going to be snapped. Gonzalez looking for a pass. And it's a fumble as the Rattlers will just fall under it with the fumble recovery. The Rattlers with the recovery. Goal not able to get themselves through in that drive on a 4th and 1. Stain decides to keep it but gets stopped by the Bobcat defense. Meanwhile, now on this drive, 1st and 10. San Marcos dropping back, looking for a pass down the middle. Caught by Lampkin for the touchdown. And the kick is off. Up high. Able to be returned, and it will be. Edinburg at the 5, 10, 15. Tries to cut down the middle, but a big hit by the Rattlers. 3rd down stop on the curl route from the Bobcats. Great stop there by Rhodes. Will force the Bobcats to punt. Low snap, but does get the punt blocked. It's blocked, and that will be a safety. So they do get the forward progress for this 1st down. Ball snap, handed off to the left-hand side. He's going to find an opening and cuts outside again to the 25, to the 20, and a great run there by Donovan Garcia. Gets about 20 yards on that run. Able to misdirect most of those defenders, but gets stopped for a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 10. 2 receivers on the right. Could be looking in that direction. Does. Caught by number 2. By Gray. Makes a defender miss for the score. Touchdown, San Marcos. Under 3:30 now. 3 receivers on the left. Could be another run down the middle as the Rattlers are going to just blitz down the middle. And that'll force Sanchez to keep it. And he will be sacked for a 3-yard loss. On the line. Comfortably in the pocket and gets stopped and intercepted. No, incomplete. Nearly intercepted on that play from the big man, number 99, Diego Gonzalez. 2nd and 10, we're going to keep an eye on Lampkin, who's in the slot in the left-hand side. Screen pass by number 2, and they're going to rule it a fumble. No, they're going to rule it incomplete. And the fans from Edinburg not liking that call by the officials. Ball snap, hold looks good, kick is up, does have the distance and the height, and it is good. So it will be 19-3 as the clock does expire, and that'll send us to the half. Going to keep the same form. They're going to change it a little bit. 2 on the left, 1 on the right for receivers. Ball's going to be snapped a little high. Fake handoff, picked up by number 14 for the Rattlers. Makes a defender miss, makes a second one miss with a stiff arm. Articles now in Bobcat territory, 1st and 10 at the 45. Ball's going to be snapped. Fake handoff, looking down the middle, wide open is Jordan Lampkin. Mama, there goes that man for the touchdown. Now they got 3 receivers on the right. Could be a short pass in that direction. Let's see what they do here. Ball snapped, looking in that direction. Going to find an open receiver, and it's going to be incomplete, but a big hit. Buck staying in the pocket and not allow him to extend the play. That'll give the Bobcats an opportunity to get themselves back on offense quick. Ball snapped. Staying with time. Finds somebody deep, and it is caught by Jordan Lampkin. Number 14, Benavides on the right-hand side, Lampkin on the left. Let's see where he goes. Tries to find somebody, and it's intercepted by the Bobcats to the 20, 25, 30, still moving his feet, and staying able to make the stop there. From San Marcos playing close. Keep an eye on him on this play. San Marcos with the sack. They do get it. And I told you, this linebacker duo is no joke as Trey Walker makes the sack on the play as soon as they can. Ball snap, handed off to Tardy. He's going to find an opening and decides to go outside to the 40, 45, makes a defender miss. A great move there, just lowering the shoulder a little bit. And that'll be enough for a Rattler 1st down. Snap, looking for a pass on the right-hand side. Decides to break out of the pocket, rolls to the left now. Sees if he can make a defender miss. He does. He's going to keep it himself to the 45. Makes a defender miss on the tackle to the 40. And it will be enough for a Rattler first down. Chew up as much as they can. They have a receiver on the left-hand side. I believe that's Elliott Gray, who had a screen pass touchdown earlier in the first half. Let's see what they do here. As they hand off to Tardy, finds an opening at the 15, makes a defender miss, and a big hit by the Bobcat defender. Just try to get to the end zone as quickly as possible. Some confusion, breaking the huddle on the formation here. As they motion a man to the left-hand side. They're going to hand off to Tardy again, going down the middle to the 5, and in for the touchdown. Ball's going to be snapped. Handed it down the middle with an opening to the 50, cuts it to the left-hand side, 45-40, and gets tackled at the 35. A great run there by the Bobcats, led by Tyler Galvan. Ball's going to be snapped a little low, drops back looking for a pass. Going to find someone down inside, and it's caught. And it will be down at the 1. Correction,